San Gabriel Mountains in California is the little city of Fontana in San Bernardino County, which of course is home to what is unfortunately now gone, but one of the coolest racetracks, in my opinion, on the American West Coast. It's the Auto Club Speedway, otherwise known as the California Speedway, and today the AWSCO Windows Cup Series is broadcasting from the Auto Club Speedway for the Snapdragon 500, 267 laps, 40 drivers, and a whole lot of probably insanity, as we would expect out of AWSCO. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the FanDuel Fan Studio. I am Eddie Debs, joined alongside Ludovic Charette for the pre-race update and general other information you need to know about this race. Just coming off.
So a show.
Yes. I'm not doing okay. All right. Listen. I'm from the East Coast. I traveled here to have some fun, and I realized I am not built for the time change, and it is kicking my ass. I'm also now being updated that it is 250 laps, so I am yet again. Yeah. What'd you expect? Anyway, again, it's Auto Club. We got a little taste of Auto Club / California / whatever you want to call it. People kept fighting over it when I was in the pre-race, when I was in the meeting for stuff. We saw a bit of it in the Continental race. I believe I'm going to remember the Continental results for you real quick. This is totally not going off the rails, don't worry. Izzy Borman in the 93, getting the race win, leading only one lap, but it was the lap that mattered. And what we saw was pure insanity. So, yeah, what do you expect out of today's race, Ludovic? You probably know California better than I do. So
I don't, but hey, it's I mean, it's everything in this series is insanity these days. Honestly, these young drivers, they don't really know how to drive very well. I mean, some of them are experienced enough to know what not to do, but I mean, have you seen Las Vegas? The amount of cars there that did stupid things. Yeah, that was
the attempted pass in the grass is something we will never forget.
So I expect this to be a race of just craziness.
Well, let's be nice to the people listening and listening and watching. I have no idea if you're listening to this. If you were, you are stupid. Let's just go look at the point standings right now. Oh, I don't. There are so many things I could have said there. I'm going to hold back on them. Regardless. Anyway, looking at the point standings, Arlen Handstrom of Mason Parker Motorsports now is 9 points clear for the lead. Handstrom won at Bathurst, starting on the inside of row 7 today, which, given this is Auto Club, where literally every line is a racing line. I mean that. There's probably someone going through the grass as we speak. You could inside lanes probably going to help out a little bit, so Handstrom could realistically see herself in the top 10 at the end of this race. Kristalina Nighale. Oh, great. Of course, this is the point where I start messing things up.
Whatever, just go on.
Whatever. I actually got it right. Nighale of Atlantic Racing in second. 2 Uberman Enterprise drivers are in the top 5. That's Lori Schlessenbach of Pasalangeria and Angeli Rugatino, who won at Calder Park for Dark Horse Racing, currently sits in 5th. The other big story is Mauricia Bebels, who won last week in Las Vegas, another speedway. That'll certainly help. Currently 13th. And Haley Zukovic, who won Daytona, currently with back-to-back 38th place finishes, is outside the top. I forgot how many drivers actually make the playoffs. Is it 9? It's 20. So while Zukovic is in, this means for Eva. Dang it. For Eva Ajastare.
Sorry, whatever.
Arasaji. Oh, man. Anyway,
something.
Mason Parker Motorsports driver is 1 point out because of Jukovic just not being good at anything else other than Daytona. But to the surprise of no one, a driver who wins Daytona is getting a freebie. Regardless of that, that means we can also look at the starting lineup for today, in which Andrea Davidson of Red Racing and Yappy Malixon of Red Racing are the two inside drivers, while Arinia Tasama and Angeli Rugatino, we just mentioned earlier, all start in the front two rows. Cheyenne Jetta in row three, Mika Harina on her outside. Looking at these names, there are a lot of names that have either done real that are either in the hunt for a good playoff spot or just generally been good drivers these past couple of weeks in these first couple of rows. So how competitive do you think it's going to be the start of this race, Ladovic? As we have a lot of strong cars and strong drivers uh,
I
that could
mean,
realistically be going for the lead in the first 5 laps.
it's probably gonna be somewhat competitive, but I wouldn't. I mean, they're more experienced, so I hope they keep it clean. It's 250 laps. If they don't keep it clean, they're gonna die very soon, and we're gonna be left with 5 cars. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think there's some drivers. There's some drivers that I expect that are gonna start back. So I don't think that the people starting up front will be the people leading like 10 laps. I figure it was a bit of a weird qualifying session. Maybe it ran very late because of all that weather and stuff. So it's probably gonna be an interesting one with a lot of people coming back, or coming from the back.
What's also interesting about this track is how many people are still the hometown favorites. We have 5 drivers in this series from California. That includes Mimi Barino, who will be starting in the eighth position. Marisha Bebels, who I talked about, she'll be starting in the ninth position. Mick Desmina, who is starting in the 16th position. Weddy Stoneman, also from California, she is starting all the way back in 30th. And Yania Waterton, who is starting in 17th. Ladovic, you kind of know the betting odds more than me, but more important, you could probably understand what it's like to have a home track, given you have Montreal and I have personally nothing. What are your thoughts on whether any of these 5 drivers could realistically try to stake themselves as sort of, I don't want to say the best driver in California, but certainly uh, earn bragging rights over their drivers? Do you think any of these have a shot to win or just a shot to prove themselves here tonight?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, if when you're racing, when you're in the race car and full of adrenaline, you don't give two flying dingles if you're local, if you're 500 miles away. It's a race. You try always to do your best. And the crowd when you're in the car, you don't hear it, or if you hear, maybe you hear it if you're at Martinsville or Bristol, but if you're at a major track like Auto Club, you don't hear it at all. So all of these drivers, maybe they're coming in with a bit of pressure, especially if they've had a bad start to the season. But otherwise, I mean, there's just no. The only exception I'll say is if families there watching, but I don't know if that's the case for any of these drivers. Honestly, I don't. Most of these, let's not act like people are gonna spend $300 on a racing ticket, because they're so expensive these days. The racing tickets, man, they're so expensive. But yes, they're probably there's if you have family around, you probably would care. But otherwise, it's not. You don't hear people, and you don't necessarily care if it's your home race more than any other race. At least in my experience. But maybe they do if they're sentimental and everything.
Honestly, sentimentality might benefit some of these drivers. I know they're young, but in the end, someone who, I mean, a lot of these drivers, emotion could really get ahead of them and cause them to perform not so well. But maybe one of these drivers has something different. Maybe one of these drivers can put those emotions forward and use it to take them farther into this race and then into victory lane, perhaps. Um, I think I just want to touch on this maybe before we wrap up at some point, or at least go to the betting parts. Red Racing had a day in qualifying. Again, I talked about it. Andrea Davidson started on pole. Yappy Malixon in third. Odie Stillman, the hometown girl, all the way back in 30th. But at the same time, Amani Huandayo is currently sitting in 18th. So Red Racing had uh, 3 drivers in the top 20 and 2 of them in the top 5. Do you think we could see anything out of Stoneman and Huandayo, given how their teammates performed in qualifying? Do you think that those other 2 drivers could find any help, and just generally this could be a real day for Red Racing?
Probably.
Whoever
I mean,
knows.
Red Racing, in my eyes, since the start of the season, has been the best team in the grid. So it doesn't surprise me that they start well such a racetrack like Auto Club, which is somewhat average. Even if it's in a bit of a weird racetrack, I feel like it's often gives a feel as to who's really good and who's really bad. But yes, I mean, if they don't perform well today, the driver starting up back, it's not going to be a great sign that of their own driving skills, and they're going to have a chip on the shoulder and trying to prove to everyone that they deserve to be in a good team like Red Racing. They're not very good in the point standing, but that's because they just had a lot of issues, and that's what I think they need to do today. The entire team, they need to just stay out of trouble for God's sake, and that's what they seem to have difficulty comprehending. At least these drivers. So, yeah. But hey, maybe they can keep it clean. Maybe if they have more experience, they can keep it relatively clean. Uh, but yes, yeah. So we'll see.
Something I should have pointed out at that point: the Chevrolet, I guess, camp here in the Cup Series, they have not won a race yet this season. All right, we're getting the go ahead that they're about to start the call here. So, Ludovic, you got a uh, pick to start? I know we can't really get through the bets, but who do you think could really win this race here today? Who would you call out?
I mean, maybe a driver that I think has performed and doesn't necessarily reflect that in the standings. Maybe somebody like Stoneman could perform, and somebody like Alicante could perform well. They start pretty far back, but it's a very long race today, so they probably have time to come back and win it. But there's not a real clear favorite. The season has been very it has had a lot of parity, so yeah, that I don't necessarily have anyone in mind except maybe those two that I've seen perform pretty good since the start of the season.
My own personal opinion, I think this is a day for what would be, I think, the second Mercedes driver to win, but not Evans Roth Racing. We're going to MBYW Motorsports, says Mimi Barino. Again, one of the California ladies. I think she had a great time in practice. She's in the top 10. Might be starting on the outside in 8th, but the inside line can help at a lot of tracks. But Auto Club can definitely be a track where, due to the fact that you can run any line, the outside lane might actually get some help. Um, that's it for us here at the FanDuel Fans Studio. We are now going to send it up to Echo and Maddie on the call. Let's just hope they don't wreck track 1. Let's just hope they don't wreck lap 1. I am already putting out my prayers. Echo and Maddie, you got us?
We do. We got you.
Yep, we got you. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the California Speedway for the 5th race of the AWSCO Winners' Cup Series season. It's the Snapdragon 500, a 250-lap event from this 2-mile D-shaped oval in Southern California, and it's the second of our big West Coast. It's the second race of our initial West Coast swing this season, as we went to Las Vegas last week. Saw Mauricio Vebels take the victory there. Now we're here at a track that's a little bit bigger, but kind of runs pretty similar. I'm joined by Maddie, who's a California native. What do you know about this place, and what do you think? What do you think these drivers are coming in here thinking with, considering that this track hasn't really had a major race in a couple years?
Well, NASCAR seems to have abandoned that, but it was very narrowly saved from destruction because San Bernardino County was very interested in putting warehouses here, as they have all over their property, but narrowly saved from destruction, but certainly a racetrack with a lot of character. Pretty unique, unless you consider Michigan, but even Michigan's very different. Here at Fontana, you have a very bumpy backstretch, and you have grip pretty much everywhere in the corners. It is a joy to watch these cars go around, and certainly I think we're in for a big show today, especially with our Golden State natives here, some from Southern, some from Northern, some from in between. They'll be really looking forward to this event and hoping to please their home crowd.
Yeah, absolutely, and interesting starting front row as well. It was a Canadian sweep of the front row. Andrea Davison and Narinya Tosima performed in qualifying. The 22 and the 93 out front to start this one off. How do you think it's going to be easy for them? Do you think they're going to be able to convert that front row start into a good finish here, or do you think that this race is too long to really lock in anything like that?
I don't know, because it used to be when NASCAR ran this event up until 2010 that it was a 500-mile race, 250 miles, but 2011 they shortened it to a 400-mile event, and we saw Kevin Harvick in that year, who started pretty far back. He made it pass on the final lap in turn 4 to take it, so I don't know if that could apply here, or if maybe that race is a bit too long for such a spectacular finish in this instance, but I'd be prepared for just about anything. Fontana can really produce quite a few wild set of races.
Well, let's go through our starting grid here from the California Speedway. Row 1, Andrea Davison and Narinya Tosima make up the front row. The double Canadian on the front row here to start this one off. Row 2, it's the 23, Yappy Malikson and the 96 of Angeli Rugatino, the winner at Calder Park. Row 3, Sky and Jetta in the 16 and Mika Harina in the 34. In row 4, it's the 42 of Mika Gennaro and the 3 of Mimi Barino. Row 5, the 99 Mauricia Webelst and the 91 of Alicia Byrne. Webelst winner last week at Las Vegas. Row 6, it's the 82 Pace Laniria and the 46 of Yunfi Yanaga. Row 7, the 19 of Arlen Hanstrom and the 31 of Taylor Happerman. Row 8, Sophie Chantose and Gianni McJasmina. Chantose the Clash winner and McJasmina from San Luis Obispo, California. Row 9, it's Yania Waterton and Amani Wandayo. Row 10, the 62, Halas Jukovic, Daytona 500 winner, and the 64, Jocelyn Nihale, who comes in second in points. Row 11, the 98 Eva Ajar Siraj and the 72 of Janet Parkings. Row 12 is the 1 of Valicia Vancy and the 52 of Rachel Cole, and this week is Vancy's birthday week, so happy birthday, Valicia. Row 14, hang on, I have the starting grid somewhere. I already forgot what row I was on.
No Californians on this row, wherever it is, that's for sure. And
Row
I do believe
13.
it was 14.
It's 13.
Yeah, 13, there we go.
Row 13, it's Isa Ijavida and Amory Wesco. Row 14, Periala Contes and Youngwei Ku. Row 15 is Carly Byrne and Audie Stoneman, the driver from Long Beach, who Stoneman's got the closest hometown to here. Row 16, Lily Talverson and Bria Delade. Row 17, Nietzsche Garnston and Dira Reister. Row 18 is the 71 of Abby Little and Lowry Schliesenbach, who's third in the points coming into this one. Row 19, it's the 15, Teresia Tolerone and the 92, Michele Yatica. And in row 20, it's the 32 of Cynthia Rariston and the 20 of DeGabi Abriella. All right, so 250 laps. This is a long race. I mean, patience is going to be key in this one, but also you're going to want to stay out of the early troubles that we're probably going to see just because...
Drivers, start your engines!
These cars get super wide. They go all over the place here, and early on, I think sometimes they just get a little too aggressive. You got a favorite for this one? You got a pre-race pick, or are you are you gonna leave this one up to the wins to decide?
As much as I'd love to see a driver from this state, and especially at Southern, have to win here in front of their home crowd, anything can happen here. You can have a bunch of cars wreck in turn 4 on the second or third lap, or you can have it just be kind of a nice little, more of a mundane event up until a certain point. So just, well, we'll see how it goes, I suppose. Same question, back to you.
All right. Andrea Davison and Narinya Tosima will lead them to the green flag here. And we are racing in the Snapdragon 500. Oh, and they're already wrecking.
Wrecking
Okay.
further back already. The 27.
Garnston and Tolerone,
17, the 8.
the Royal Racing teammates, and Abby Little's in it.
Yeah, they're going to race this first lap, and they nearly hit that pace car down there, but here comes the field, and the 22's already got a big lead.
Well, we didn't even make it to turn 1, so... They're 5 wide over here.
Careful, guys. It's only lap 1, and it looks like they will make it back cleanly to the yellow and then line up behind that pace car.
The 13
Very,
almost got hooked
very
by the
aggressive
1
block
there, though.
there.
Jeez. I mean...
That's a nice start now, isn't it?
Yeah, no kidding. I
Not
don't
if you're
know.
Abby Little. I'd like to see a replay of what happened there, because it looked like the 27 just got turned in front of a few cars and then just cascaded a little bit more. We saw the 15 and Little both turn down almost into that pace car there.
Well, it looks like pretty much everybody's going to come to pit road here, so we got a bit of interesting... We got some strategy calls going on here. I guess I don't mind a call like this early on. Pretty much everyone's coming in here, aside from, I think, like 2 cars are staying out here.
This surface is pretty old, so I could see tires wearing pretty quickly here, but staying out, maybe betting on another caution.
I lied,
Not a
there's
terrible
literally
idea.
only 1 car staying out, and it's the 93.
Yeah, you never want to be the only one making a call like that. If it's a few, sure, but if it's just you, you know you made a mistake.
Yeah.
Let's watch pit stops here, see if the pole sitter can keep the lead.
Well, we know she won't keep the lead, but we'll see if she can keep the lead off pit road. Yep, looks like she will. Looks like these cars are
Oh,
just
easily,
coming
just
in.
a dash of fuel.
Yeah, just a splash of fuel here, I think that's the right call. You've only run, like, a lap on tires.
Yeah, why have 2 lap scuffs? That'd be rather silly.
Well,
Certainly an iffy call, though, to just stay out there. Well, I could actually see why you would fill up here with just a dash of fuel, maybe just try and stretch the run later. That actually is a pretty smart call for some of those teams, and let's look at that first lap incident.
well, what happened? Oh, the
Looks
71 I think the 71 hooks the 27 here.
Yeah, Little just, he was running right
Bit of a
behind the
slow
27.
start.
That black and red
Yes.
car you see, and bam, that is a big hit, guys.
That's just a bit of a stack up on the inside lane, and I think Little got a better jump, and she just kind of wasn't really paying
That line
attention.
just checked up, and she just didn't get the memo, I suppose.
Yeah, Dura Reister also has quite a bit of damage. It looks like
It must
all
be
of these...
said that Little hasn't exactly stayed out of trouble this year.
But all these cars appear to be continuing in this one, so... Some of these cars took 2 tires, it's looking like, but,
I've never been a big fan of 2 tire calls, but I can see why you do it, as we see a couple cars who are gonna... Well, they're resuming their damage, and yeah, they did come out on pit road ahead of the pace car, so good thing is they won't lose another lap.
So, Tosima has the lead, and Davieson's second, so it's a bit of an invert of the of how the front row started this one. Hopefully, we'll make it to turn 1 without crashing this next restart. But that was a definitely an incident that occurred.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one to have occurred quite that early, which is yeah, I definitely question what was going on there, but we're gonna see a single file restart here, of course, which is what AWSCO tends to do, and yeah, maybe that'll be a little bit tamer, maybe not. There's only one way to know, and that's if these drivers keep their heads on their shoulders.
Lou, what do you have down on pit road? You got something on the 71?
Well, yes, he is reporting that the car after the hit just completely wrong. Team's saying they can't do anything about it, but it'll be interesting if she goes pretty slowly, because apparently the handling is just terrible here today.
That's under caution too, so... I mean, if it's not handling right under caution, I can't imagine it'll handle right under green.
Yeah, and handling is so important at this track. If you just can't get your car handling right, you just can't really do anything at a place like this 2-mile oval here.
The lights are out on the pace car. Nobody's going to get waved around here because everyone's on the lead lap right now. I will say, in terms of pit strategy, the Continental race we saw had a pit strategy ending. I mean, Izzy Overman led only one lap, but that was because at the end of the race, everyone was really tight on fuel, and the 93 decided to just cut their loss and pit early and take 4 tires, and it actually ended up working out, and everyone had to come to pit road. She had the benefit of the 4 tires and ended up getting away and winning the race because of it. Like, only leading
sometimes playing it safe works.
Yep. I mean, she only led 1 lap in that one, but that doesn't really tell the whole story because it was just a genius strategy call.
It was the lap that counted, and of course Oberman was in that 93 car, so maybe we can see some unusual strategy out of this 93 car as well. Only one way to know, and we have 245 to go at the line.
You know, we got a long ways to go in this one. Oh, the 93 is out front right now, but that's a different team. That's Evans Ross Racing here with Irenia Tosima. The pace car will pull off. It'll be Tosima and Davison out at the front. Here we go. The green flag is waving, and we're back to racing here in Fontana.
Good jump for that 93 over the 22 there. And we've already got a couple drivers making moves. You see that FanDuel car back there and the WeatherTech car as well.
Yeah, Happerman and Alicante is both trying to make some moves here.
Oh my goodness.
Contact.
That was one heck of a save out of the 19.
Yeah, Schlesenbach and Hamstrom made contact there, but managed to hang on to it.
It's only lap 6, guys. Settle down. As we see 22 trying to take back that lead.
The trouble spot's going to be exit 2. They just have trouble, really. These cars, just we saw in the Continental race at the very most, where everyone really just had trouble kind of keeping it together off that corner and not getting into the cars in front of them.
Yeah, in the past we've also seen some troubles off of turn 4, so definitely the exits of these corners where the track narrows up and you get into the bumpy sections is going to be a bit of a problem tonight for sure.
Davison back to the lead. I mean, that 22 looked really fast on that first lap, but I mean, it was 1 lap, so I don't know if that really tells us anything, but we'll see what she's able to pull off in this next little bit. She's back out front, and here comes the 23, her teammate, trying to take second from Tosima.
Not quite going to have the run to get there, though. It can be a bit difficult to make that inside work at this point in the race.
27.
You see the 27 head down pit road again, repairing more damage.
Repair. Eddie, you got anything on the 96 of Rugatino?
Yeah, on that last pit stop, Angeli Rugatino and the team decided it would be best if they took 2 tires. Something about the first lap and just how they ran back to the line they did not like, so they were 100% willing to just try and get some tires and hopefully play a longer game. Unfortunately, they got stuck on the outside, so it's not helping them much. But then again, this driver, 4 top 20s so far and 3 top 10s, looking to extend both those streaks today and maybe get what will be her 2nd win of the season after Calder Park. Y'all?
Well, we did see in the
I think it's pretty
series.
questionable to make a call that early for just not liking how your car's handling and then taking 2 tires. Plus, on top of that, 2 tires messes up your balance too. Even if the tires have only 2 laps on them, it still messes up your balance. So I'm not liking what the 96 did there.
Got a battle for 3rd here. Mimi Barino trying to get around Nalixon. Barino, the driver from Fremont, California. And, I mean, a NorCal driver, I don't know if the fans would be too happy with a NorCal driver winning this one. Maybe a SoCal driver like Stoneman or Vebels, but I'm not sure if they'd be too particularly thrilled with one of these MBYW drivers winning this race. So it's...
Yeah, you'd probably want to save that for a Northern California track if you're somebody like the 3 there.
Yeah, the 3 or the 13. Well, aside from that lap 1 incident, we've looked pretty clean in this one.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to
race
see.
to go.
3 wide racing, and we almost did have a wreck out of turn 2, as you saw, but incredible save.
And these Cup drivers just kind of have, I think it's kind of shown, like every race we've really run, It's looked like the Cup drivers have just always been a little more stable and a little less antsy than the Continental races have been. Like in the Continental races, we've always seen them get really antsy and just. I've seen a lot of attrition in the Continental races. Meanwhile, at Vegas last week, there wasn't a ton of attrition from. There wasn't a ton of accident-related attrition. There was mechanical attrition, and honestly, I think we're going to see a lot of that here. But there hasn't been as much crash-related attrition in the Cup Series.
Yeah, and that does make a lot of sense. Since they have more experience and wisdom in driving a race car, and they know not to do stupid things quite as much. They do still do some stupid things, but not quite as egregiously, I wouldn't think. And as far as that mechanical concern, I think with Las Vegas certainly being at a higher elevation, that could play a role. Fontana, of course, considerably lower, which you never know. But this is still an incredibly long race. Got 500 miles here, 250 laps, and very demanding on these cars with the high speeds you reach.
I mean, another thing
And the bumps.
regarding Vegas with its high elevation is, I mean, that's not even the highest elevation track we're running in this stretch of races, because we're going to Denver in a couple weeks, and I mean, you want to talk about high elevation, go to Denver. That place is really high.
They call it Mile High for a reason.
So we got a battle here. There's Sophie Chantase fighting with Gennaro. And another shout out I'd like to give Ava Jarsaraj. I mean, well, Jarsaraj hasn't been the greatest. She's been pretty good for someone who's been literally just adjusting to North American stock car racing. Like, this is her first real experience in these cars, and I mean, Jarsaraj has run pretty well in almost all of her starts. She hasn't really been able to finish it out just because the last few races she's had mechanical troubles, but I think that Jarsaraj has run very well, just hasn't had much to show for it.
Yeah, I remember Jarsaraj was pretty impressive in the Clash earlier this year. Of course, didn't quite work out the way that she wanted it to, but definitely showed a lot and has run quite a few divisions, so it's understandable to see how she would just adapt so quickly here. And back to Chantase, she did win the Clash earlier this year with some controversy, but that was a win. Fair-ish and square-ish.
Fairish and triangle.
Like a rectangle.
Yeah.
Anyway, back out front, we have, looks like a new leader by the looks of it. No, that's a 27 just going lap down, but that could influence the battle for the lead there, for sure.
Yeah, Tosuma's kind of
Compromised the 22's exit.
See, it's been interesting because, you know, in the Continental race, the inside lane worked pretty well, but in this Cup race, we haven't really seen the inside work out all that well as we saw it work out with those Continental cars, so...
Gotta fight for the lead here. 93 is gonna try the inside. That'll be a real test.
I don't think she's
and it is not going to happen here.
Jarsaraj has moved up to the 4th position now, though, in that 98 car. I mean, that car looks really strong.
Rhea, on the other hand, is continually fallen back. Not catastrophically, but just does not have this long run speed.
She's dropped to 5th now. The 34 of Harina fought her for that spot, so we could see Harina take that spot away. Mika Harina's got some experience at this track. She actually won the ISRC Fastenal race here.
Gonna try the outside, which I think is the way to go. We saw the 3 move down to the inside there, and does have the shorter way around, but not the faster, not the more momentous way around at the top. And
yeah,
funny enough, bucking the trend, that did not work. Will in fact lose another spot, perhaps.
Yeah, her teammates actually caught her. Hala Sukovic, the Daytona 500 winner, who, I mean, that's about the most positive things you can say about her. As here comes Tosuma. Big run down the bottom. And
new leader, 93.
Will take it away.
Yeah, and back to Daytona, as far as this backstretch goes, it is actually the same length as Daytona. Very different in nature, of course, since you have to actually brake at the end, and it's very bumpy, unlike certainly Daytona after the 2010 repave, though it is becoming bumpy again. But something that not a lot of people understand is just how big Fontana is, especially with its backstretch being literally the length of Daytona's backstretch. Very different in nature, though.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not even the longest straightaway we run. Oh, caution. There's a spin down the front stretch. Rachel Cole.
Yeah, and the 52. A lot of damage on the 52.
91 of Alicia Byrne appears to be involved. Looks like the 92 of Kelly Yatica is in that as well.
And that came out before they crossed the lines. Or did it now? Certainly a few did cross the line, I think.
I think the top 3 had not crossed the line when the yellow came out.
Yeah, that'll be something to sort out under caution there, as the pace car will make its way up onto the track. Here they come. No change in the top 3.
Well, all right. I'll have to check out what happened, but that looks like just...
You see smoke coming out the back of the 52 there.
Yeah, Rachel Cole is going to have a tough end to her day. I mean...
Probably terminal.
Cole ran very well last week at Las Vegas. In fact, I think she was in the top... Yeah, she finished 8th in that race, but this isn't going to help her points run. And Michele Yatica involved in that one, and so was Alicia Byrne in the 91 car. And unsurprisingly, I believe everyone's going to come to pit road. Oh, 27 staying up, but the 27's a lap down.
Should get the wave around then.
Yeah, the 27 will
Might as well pit here.
27 will get the free pass. So, pit stops. Tosuma, Davison, Malikson, Ajarsraj, and Brino. Lou, you got something for us down there?
Yes. I mean, it was something I was going to report on in a few minutes, but considering what happened, it might be a good explanation. Apparently, according to multiple drivers, the D-shape part of the oval is slippery. Apparently, they didn't clean up very well after the lap 1 caution. So the entire turn really is the entire sort of stretch is from the point where there has been the accident until the point where they got up and hit the wall. The pit wall is pretty slippery apparently. That might have had a role with the accident we just saw here.
I can believe that front stretch could be a problem, especially because you're basically turning the car all the way through there, even if it is a little bit to the left or the right, depending on how much you want to put wheeling into it in the corner. And on pit road, pretty exciting. We saw a little contact exiting, and we saw a new leader come off pit road. How about that?
22 now up front. Rachel Cole in the 52 is still rolling. I thought she would be done. That looked like that damage was terminal, but
a lot of smoke billowing out the back. I'd like to see how that event happened as she comes down pit road again. And there you see that car rolling across the front stretch, having already been involved. And wow, took a big hit in turn 4.
39, 91.
These walls, guys.
Oh, they're being held up by the lap car.
And the 91 just got turned, and oh my goodness. Big hits for the 91 and the 52.
The 92 retired from that. The 92...
Let's get a better look. Oh, yeah. Possibly the left front. Some suspension damage, perhaps?
I guess. That could have been enough to knock out.
I guess just glanced. The 91 there, I think it was. Certainly one of those cars. Just glanced.
What do you got for us, Eddie, down on pit road? You got anything on the 55?
What I got on the 55 is what happened after pit exit. We saw Haley's Jukovic essentially cut her off coming off the pit lane in order to steal a spot. Apparently, Delade is not too happy about that and is currently voicing her displeasure over the radio. Only thing I heard from the crew chief was, all that doesn't matter, just get out in front of her on the restart, go straight to the inside, and put her in the rearview mirror. Y'all?
Oh yeah, I mean, the pit exit... I mean, this pit road is one of the widest pit roads we go to. One of the widest, and these pit stalls are huge. So, not a lot of contact, usually in the pits. But exiting pit road when they're trying to race their way out, it's hectic here. And I guess it might be a little too hectic for those two.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what the 62's thoughts were, because we know that with Delade, she did not make a very good impression in the clash. In fact, wrecked her own teammate, actually, so I'd certainly would like to hear what the 62 has to say, being, I guess, the sort of defendant in this case.
Well, it appears we are getting the lights out, so we're going to go back to green. Only car that retired from that was the 92 Viatica. Everyone else still in the race at the moment. Nietzsche Garnston, who has been involved in both incidents so far, still in this race. Although, to be fair, if you can just keep the car rolling through the race, I mean, that's really all you need to do. We saw in the Continental race, Ashley Johnson literally flipped down the backstretch, slid down her roof the entire time, and she got back in the race and finished, so... I mean, as long as
it's not very often we see a car upside down and finish now, is it?
No. Considering she had to be taken out of the car, and they had to flip it over because that car got stuck upside down on the backstretch, and that car actually got rolled back out and finished the race. So it wasn't even really the slowest car on track either. So
Well, the slowest car on track right now is the pace car, and that's about to head to pit road here as we get ready for the second restart of the night.
they say the slowest car on track is the pace car, but all these cars are behind it. So maybe the pace car.
Well, they're gonna be faster. They're gonna be faster.
That's true. Here we go, green flag. Back to racing. Four already died into the inside. These restarts are going to be where I'm most worried about something happening.
Here comes the 93, wants that lead back, and they were bumper to bumper through 1 and 2, as we see out front.
Sorry, I'm just going back to the field, making sure they're not killing each other.
Oh, they'll do that later, don't worry.
And they're killing each other.
Now they are. Now they are.
Oh, car on the wall,
They
Waterton.
hit to the wall for the 13. My goodness.
And Jetta, McJasmina. Oh, wow, Cole.
Oh, my goodness. That'll be terminal for Rachel Cole.
I think Vancy might have been in that. I think,
What an
Not
impact
Halen
as they
Rugatino.
come back to the line. Cole already on pit road is... Wow, my goodness.
that was rough.
Slammed into that wall, I tell you. And that might be day done, or at best hood torn off that car for the 13. Took one heck of an impact.
A few
As
cars are going to stay out here. I mean, we just took tires, so I'm not that surprised, but...
might want to dash a fuel anyhow.
Yeah. Might as well. You can make passes, you can make up spots pretty easy here, so...
Well, you can make up spots pretty quickly if you don't get, you know, demolished by another car.
The
as
52
we
was
see the
really
pit
slow.
through there. We saw the pace car have a bit of trouble getting its zone stall there. Let's look at the 13, because that car took the biggest hit until we saw another car just speed through there.
13 took a
That
heck of an impact.
Horrifying.
It happens up
Started
front.
further up as we see the 1 get spun around Vancy, I think that is.
Yeah, it's the
21 took a big rear end impact too, I'll say.
So the 82 gets into the 10 here and just hooks the 1 around. And
there's
Jetta
absolutely no
stopped.
reason to be racing that aggressively into turn 3. And
McJasmina.
Vancy, I think, is the one who got hit that hard. Was just stranded as basically a sitting duck in the middle of turn 3 with nose pointed down the track. We can get a look at that.
That was
No, that was a
Jetta.
16. My mistake. Never mind. That was in Jetta. Pulling down the track, and then Rachel Cole just sped through there. No business doing that. That's in Jetta's perspective. Got abruptly hit by the 21, as you saw, and got more
probably would've
contact
got-
from her teammate there.
She probably would have
Then we
got
saw
through
that vicious impact with the 52 just flying in. Wow.
Yeah, she probably would have been okay if the 6 doesn't hit her. Well,
Rough hits for Sky and Jetta and the 13 as well, and that's a few more cars out of the race.
Maybe the 27 car will get the free pass here, so Garnston will actually get back on the lead lap now. After all of that, she's gonna come
to
pit
pit
road.
road.
Also, I'd like to point out, remember the 71 involved in that early wreck? She's in the top 10 now.
We'll see how long that lasts with Abby Little, because
Yeah.
certainly has not had a very fortunate season this year.
Davison really lost a lot of spots there. I wonder if she took a bit of a different strategy? It looks like she took 2 tires and a fair few cars just took fuel only, so Tosimo got out front of those cars that are
Not a bad decision if you can afford to do that, like the 93 could there. But if there's a whole lot of cars coming to pit road, then that is not a good idea.
yeah.
So we see the Lenovo car there, the 27, get the wave around once again.
Yeah, so she's going to go from 2 laps down to now being on lead lap. The California native Mimi Barrino.
Got a big pit report there from Eddie. Let's have a look at that, shall we?
Yeah, what you got, Eddie?
Well, how do I say this nicely? Everyone is angry. I'm getting reports from nearly every camp that there's at least someone who is walking around muttering, probably curse words under their breath. Red Racing having problems with losing Stoneman and Juan Dayo, both getting caught up in that wreck. MNC Racing having an interesting day with Abby Little's early crash and now Felicia Vancy being involved in that last one. Royal Racing was having a bad day, and then North Star decided to surpass them with what happened to Rachel Cole. Mercedes, of course, trying to defend themselves from what Past Algeria started the wreck, and then Unia Waterton getting caught up in it. And then Southwest Racing having both Mick Jasmina and Njetta get in that, including Njetta getting smacked in the driver's side door. Safe to say, people are ready to throw hands. Probably metaphorically in the end. Gonna keep a look on Unia Waterton. She may be trying to help out Mimi Barrino get to the end of this race and get a win for the 2 California native teams. Back to y'all.
I think they'll be throwing more than hands after this race if they can get that kind of stuff. And we see the pace car lights are out now, so we'll get a restart again.
I mean, we still haven't really lost that many cars. I mean, Cole and Jetta, Wandayo, and Waterton are out from that, but still 35 cars running in this race, so... I mean, the early chaos is something we kind of expected, but if we can get through these first few laps, without causing another yellow, I think we'll be good for a long green run, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, these girls just need to get into a rhythm as we see the pace car again pulling in, getting some extra duty tonight, and we're gonna have a third restart.
It'll be Barrino and Alicantes, the top 2. The top 7 all stayed out on this last stop. Green flag. Barrino, Alicantes, Yuria, Gennaro, Schliesenbach, Rariston, and Little all chose to stay out. Whoa, okay.
There we see Schliesenbach going for an aggressive move on the 42.
Whoa,
They're gonna try
Harina.
4 wide into turn 3. Okay, they didn't quite get 4 wide into turn 3, but they were awfully close to it.
They were trying to.
Yeah, that was
Harina was getting
quite something, and they're gonna
ultra
stay 3
aggressive.
wide off the corner.
Harina was getting ultra aggressive there.
I'll say is it looks like we might have a challenge for the lead here.
Here comes Perry Alicantes.
With help
Oh,
from
the 98
oh,
and
and they're
99
wrecking
are
him back
around.
again. That's Beppelston ball, San Diego native, as we see another car going down into turn 3. What is this race? Gonna stay in the grass here and come up, I think, behind those other cars.
I believe that was Carly Byrne in the 9.
Another car into the wall. And
82
that
was scored as the leader as they crossed the line. And the 27 pitted again. I'm not sure why.
spending a lot of time on pit road. I would be a bit suspect of that if it were me. As we see the pace car getting a lot of duty tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even really been for a lot of big incidents is the thing. Like, most of these incidents, aside from, I would say, our third wreck, our third caution was not particularly large. I mean, this one was, what?
Couple of cars spinning down the back by the looks of it. We saw Bebbles.
Yeah, Vebels and
And the 88 as well. Oh no, it was a 98, my bad. But yeah, those two cars, and we saw the 9 go through the grass. I'd like to have a look at what exactly caused the 9. Pit crew's getting a lot of duty as well.
So what was this?
This should all start with the 98 somehow getting turned around. As you see some cars that have suffered a little bit of damage right there in the mix. And, oh yeah.
AWSCO.
They just didn't quite, I guess spotters just didn't quite understand 3 wide as we see.
Yeah, Burns.
I'm not sure why Rigatino and the 9 went that low.
I think Burns going down the grass because there was another car that was all the way. Burn goes down to the grass to kind of just dodge the 26 here, I believe, because I think
we saw Shanta stay there, but that was definitely an overreaction, I think.
I would have to agree.
Not sure why you need to do some lawn mowing in order to avoid a car that's 5 miles an hour slower than you.
Bored.
Up to a little mischief, perhaps, as got a bit of a new order coming out of pit road.
23 stayed out.
Lou, got a pit report?
Yes. I'm at the infield care center. 2 drivers, not this crash, the wreck before that, have been in there to turn the 19, not the 19, pardon me, the 16 of Angetta and the 52 of Rachel Cole. The only info I have is that apparently Janina Waterton is there because of concussion-like syndromes. However, there seems to be a lot of attention to put on Angetta. Apparently, she wasn't able to walk to the infield care, so they had to be taken there by a golf cart. So it'll be interesting, as I do think that one of those drivers is coming back down to pit lane. I can see on the big screen here, so that'll be interesting to see what happened. I guess Eddie can check that, but yes, it's a serious here at the
All right. Well, we're hoping that those 2 drivers will be okay.
Yeah, those were some awfully concerning impacts that we saw there, especially at the very end.
What's up, Eddie, on the 60?
So I just got a report on the radio over what Amori Resco said after he possibly caused that wreck between a Darth Garage and Bebold. She asked who the drivers were. They gave her the driver. She asked, well, what constructor then? They told her who was the Ford and the Mercedes, and she said, well, that's not too bad. I can live with that. I just need to get some more spots up. Then it went on like normal. Some surprising talk out of a Chevrolet driver. It seems like Chevrolet camp is starting to think they're one versus all right now, especially with the fact that they probably don't have any wins so far this series. Some interesting stuff. Back to y'all.
Yeah, that's not very good sportsmanship, and I honestly am not surprised seeing how Chevy has conducted their sportsmanship in NASCAR as well, so bit of a concerning radio, but I can't say I'm surprised, just disappointed.
Irina Tosima came back down pit road. I'm not sure why. We'll have to follow up on that. but for a driver who had been leading a good chunk of this race, I mean, that's tough for Tosima because she had a very fast car.
With as many wrecks as we've had, I suppose we could see that 93 make her way back out front, but gonna be very costly mistake to have there.
Yeah, and I mean, now that she's all the way at the back, I mean, at this point, I think if I'm the 93, I'm trying not to be in one of those wrecks if another one happens.
Yeah, you're right in the thick of it, and that's not very good for these wrecks, that's for sure. But yeah, 23 leading for pretty much the first time tonight.
Yep, Malikson stayed out on that last yellow, so the 23 car is now out front. And Gennaro and Galad, the top three. Pace car is going to pull off, and hopefully we can actually get some good green flag laps in for a change. All right, green flag is out. Back to racing.
Got a couple of battles back there, but a pretty tame restart by the looks of it heading into turn 1. I say that, and they go 3 wide, nearly 4.
Ooh, Rariston! Wow, great save by the 32.
Right
That
up the
car
bumper
was
of Abriella
sideways.
there.
That car was
And
sideways.
I come back up and block the 20 aggressively.
Yeah, I don't think she was happy with what the 20 did there. Battle for the lead. Here comes the 42. Make a Gennaro.
Not gonna quite lead that lap there, but by milliseconds loses out.
Yeah, by less than 100th of a second.
Well, they've kept her clean for a lap and a half, so I guess there's a little reason for optimism. As we're gonna see 3 wide for the leader, at least a try from the 22.
Whoa, the 26.
Shanta's
Abrupt
gonna come
move.
to pit road.
That 26 is coming in. I'm not sure why she's coming in. We'll have to see. We'll have to follow up on that. Let's see if we can get a pit reporter on that. They are 4 wide over here. 26 stacked all these cars up and they went 4 wide.
They've calmed it back down to 3, but I don't know if you can call 3 wide calm at this racetrack, seeing how they've raced. '42 car decisively out front now.
And
As
we
a
got
3 wide for second.
3-way battle for second.
Close.
Barino, Davison,
Side drafting off each other.
Malikson. '26 coming out of pit road, so obviously not terminal.
I do question why exactly that happened though, because a bit bizarre to do that. Maybe some kind of problem like a loose wheel on a pit stop, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
It's about the only thing I can possibly think of for a fair reason why you would come back down like that.
Here comes the 22, Andrea Davison. I mean, you know, early on in this race, I thought maybe Davison would drop back, but no, that 22's looked like one of the fastest cars in this race so far, despite even though she started from the pole. Lou, what do you have on the 93?
Well, the reason the 93 had to come down is a tire down. We looked at the replay. Apparently, she picked up a bit of debris that wasn't picked out of the crashes. Again, we've had complaints already of the racetrack not being cleaned properly. And the reason Sophie Shadowsay also came down is also because of damage now to the splitter. Apparently it was because of well, it wasn't damage, but it was some kind of bag or something plastic that was stuck there. Oh, it's there, almost there. Wow. Oh god, the audio this time. But yes, so they need to be, yeah, the racetrack needs to be better here because they didn't clean up properly. The 93 took the tire down there because of the debris, and we've had more complaints after I did the report there of those drivers complaining the track is kind of slippery and that it is quite inconsistent in terms of the damage that has been cleaned here.
Yeah, obviously with how many incidents there have been, I mean the cleanup needs to be quite better, and we've seen a lot of incidents. And if it's stemming from debris that's remaining on the track, I mean that's something that needs to be fixed. Very wide for
Yeah,
the
that is
lead.
unacceptable to have a dirty racetrack like that. We're 3 wide for the lead, my goodness. Well, the inside work concerns 1 and 2.
They might
Oh
be
my
4
goodness,
wide
I didn't
for the
even
lead.
try 4 wide. Not quite as the 22 and the 3 get out front. Still 3 wide for third.
By the way, I'd like to give a shout out Jamie McJasmine in the 6. Remember, she was involved in the third incident. She's in the top 10 now. That 6 car is actually pretty solid on speed. That car, there's a bit of
Delata
trouble
in the
there.
wall there.
55 is in the wall. She's just gonna hold it up there. This whole group right here.
Yeah, better
is
to do
really
that than
bunched up.
to risk losing it coming off the wall. But for 4 wide again, this time for a bit more of a mundane position. But yeah, still 4 wide. Great racing here at Fontana now that these girls have got a groove.
It's all really, really all over the place here. Marino now going to get out front of Davison. Mika Harina second now. I mean, again, remember Arena Tosima, kind of mired in the back. Moved her way up to 25th now. I think that 93's plan here is just going to be maybe just kind of right around.
Pretty ironic to do that at this rate, considering that they're not wrecking, so no chance to make up positions. Unless they do. It's very possible they could, because it seems like these drivers are quite spontaneous in nature tonight.
Eddie, you got anything on the 20 of Abriella?
Well, it's been an up and down night for basically everyone, but someone who's having a very much an up night is Tiver Flervant's number 20 of Gabriella, who started dead last in this race and has currently made her way all the way up to 8th. She says she's having a great time. She's avoided a bunch of accidents, and just seems like a bunch of good vibes out of that team. Haven't heard a lot of Janet Parkings today, so right now Team Flervant's best driver on the course right now might be that 20. But she's going to need, because she's in 26th in points, about 11 off the cut line. So this might be a good race for her to catch up a little bit and keep herself in playoff contention. I know it's early in the season, but, you know, don't want to mess up an opportunity like this. Back to y'all.
Yeah, every race counts for sure, and especially this one.
Yep. Mika Harina just took the lead away from Barino, so got quite a few lead changes in this last little run, but the 34, Mika Harina, who was one of the drivers who was battling for the win late at Las Vegas last week, and Harina now up into the lead once again on another track very similar to Vegas. So clearly Atlantic Racing has speed. They've got that team has quite a bit of speed. I mean, the 64 is way up in points. The 34 and 32 are running pretty well. And I mean, they've already got one race winner with the 62 of Halis Ikovic, who, funny enough, has kind of been their worst performing driver so far. Barino looking underneath the 34, but I don't think he's going to get that pulled off here.
Yeah, that inside is just not working well in these first 50 laps or so here at Fontana, and I find it quite interesting because in the past, this track was kind of known for having grip pretty much everywhere from the apron to the wall, but we've seen them generally use only a little bit of a strip in the middle of the track as far as these turns go. Some cars venture a bit high, which does work moderately, but certainly down low it just does not work like I remember it working back when NASCAR was racing here and we had more racing action at the track.
Yeah, I mean, every line kind of works, but you have to run it right. Like, the car that's ahead usually has a
Oh
little
my
bit
goodness! They're wrecking the 42.
42 hard in the
Oh my
wall.
goodness! Huge hit into the wall, and the 31.
And the 31 of Taylor
Gonna drift back
Happerman.
up the track, and that is that a caution?
That is a caution.
It is a caution. There's a pace car again.
Hard hits for those two. And that's one of the worst places to hit the wall on this track, is right there coming off of turn 2.
Yeah, because you see that lip, that opening there, and that is what made that impact massive. That's all I can really say. Had some scary hits tonight.
Yeah.
I'd like to see what happened there again, just because that looked like a car pretty clearly hooked another car. So, yeah, I'm not gonna name names, but that looked not very good in that respect. We see, looks like most or all the field is gonna come to pit road. 62 is gonna stay out.
It's a bit of an odd call. 26 is a lap down, and she's going to take the free pass here, so. So, we'll watch the 34 and the 3 here. And then after we watch the race off pit road, we'll go check out what happened with the incident with the 42 and the 31.
I'd have to imagine with the hits they sustained, both of those cars are out of the race, and
Yeah.
we'll find that out, I suppose, after pit stops. Looks like some 4-tire stops this time, which makes a lot of sense as far as we are into the race, a fifth of the way through.
34, 3,
As the 34 will
car.
retain the lead off of pit road.
20 car gained a lot of spots. Gabriella's up to 3rd now. Well, I guess 4th, technically.
Well, they're coming off of pit
Ooh.
road, as we see more contact. Bevelston's to the side of the 46.
Rebels was not giving Yanago that much room. Lou, what do you got on the 55? Oh, somebody's spun coming out here. What do you got on the 55, Lou?
Well, coming down, not coming down, before the caution, apparently the 55 really complaining about everything and saying there's something that's not right, or something that just feels wrong about how it's driving today. The team kept saying to her, "No, everything's right. We don't see anything. There's no indication that something is broken with the car." But coming down to pit lane, apparently they found a small area which had been broken. She hit the wall at one point in the race, slid down there, and it had been broken. They just put a bit of tape over it, and now they think it might be fine. It wasn't a long adjustment, but it was a very much needed one. So hopefully she'll get better. She really had been complaining and honestly had not had a good race on, and so maybe now back to the plane.
And we're gonna see what happened to the 42.
Yeah, so we're gonna see what happened here, and it looked an awful lot like
believe it was
82.
Viria.
Straight up hooked the 42.
82 just gets into the 42.
And
Hard hits.
yeah, great time to cut away from that replay there, and let's watch
This
on
is the
TV1
only
because that
angle I
looks like the
have.
most coherent angle. Yeah, it just cuts out right before then.
See if
And
we can get an angle from our, let's look up from our Echo
let's look
Energy
again and see
Skycam.
what kind of speed, maybe some slow motion there, just so we can just grasp how hard that impact was. Look at the telemetry too. And they sped up coming to that wall just about, hit it at over 180 miles an hour,
Yeah, I
which
think
is an
Gennaro's
awfully
trying to
hard hit. And you can see right there, yeah,
How? At
182
182.
miles an hour per the speedometer. My goodness.
I'm not
Driver's
sure.
side as well. That is about as hard as a hit gets here.
Yeah, those two are definitely out of the race. I mean, no question about that.
And they'll be waking up very sore tomorrow morning. 62, the only car that stayed out, I believe.
Yeah, Yukovic stayed out, and I'm not exactly sure why, because I think, I don't really think I like this for them, because their tires are, they've been green for a few laps, and the tires are going to be really worn on that 62. Eddie, you're in the
Remember
care
that
center.
rule of
What do you
thumb,
have?
that if you're the only one who makes the call, it's probably wrong.
Yeah, I'm in the care center. I haven't been in AWSCO long, but I can tell you I've never seen officials move that fast to get some drivers out of their cars. But in a case like this, half a minute in arrow, just pulled out of the car super fast on golf carts in the care center. Initial reports say the usual sounding, nothing too bad, but a lot of possible concussions. So they're going to be kept in there probably for longer, just so they can get some testing done. We'll hope they'll be ready for the next race, but as of right now, we'll just have to see how it goes. Sounds like both are going to be at least able to walk out of it. It's lucky if we were thinking about it. Back to y'all.
Alright, well, we hope the best for them, as you never like to see drivers hurt, especially here. But these cars are very safe, and the way they're built is very much built to try and keep the drivers as safe as possible. Green flag is out. Here we go.
Yeah, credit to all our engineers for all the work they've done in so many decades of motorsport safety, as we have a battle for second now on our hands.
Yeah, the 34 got a terrible restart, and the 3's going to make the jump here.
Those were our top two cars coming off the pit road, so I would not be surprised if we saw the 3 pass the 62 for the lead coming down the back. As you see them just crest over the bumps.
Here comes the 20 of Gabriella. And yeah, the 62 is
with help
not
from
very
the 39.
fast.
They're going to aspire for
Caution,
3 wide and
one
gonna
car.
be further back. Fancy.
Vancy and Tolerone.
Rough night for the
What
15.
are we
Involved
doing
in
here?
our first and most recent incidents is crazy racing back to the line. Was the 34 involved? Lost quite a few spots.
34 touched the 18 there. I'm not sure what happened there. That incident with the 1 happened like way back in the pack. The 1 and the 15 here.
Possibly 2 separate incidents. We'll have to have a look at that after they sort things out up here. And I'd have to imagine that the majority of the field will come to pit road, as they seem to like giving their pit crews a workout.
I mean, obviously the 62's coming in. 20 cars. Is she staying out or is she coming in? Okay, I think
Looks like
she's staying.
Gabriella's going to stay out, going to inherit the lead. I like that call. Same with
26 will get the
Shanta
free
Say,
pass.
who's
I'm
yeah,
not
gonna
sure
get
why
the
she
lap
didn't-
back.
I'm not sure why she didn't get her lap back last time, but she'll get it this time. Alright, well, what happened? We're gonna check that out.
Yeah, because we saw Fancy. That was the first car we saw, and then the 15, of course. Quite a bit of right side damage by the looks
If
of it.
someone's really slow, gets the 96.
I think it is a 15. Or is it? No, that's not right. Oh, Beppels gets turned. Or
That's
no, that's the
Handstrom.
19.
That's
Different
Handstrom.
black and green car, Handstrom.
Different green
They
car
just-
with a 9 on it. That's,
They all cluster together, and it looks like
someone was really slow. I think that was the 96 of Rigatino.
Brigantino, and then Ajar Sharaj just doesn't get the memo and just kind of runs into the 19 there. Head on for Vancy. That's a big impact.
Yeah,
Obviously
Stoneman
very
involved
lucky
as
not
well.
to get clipped there.
Stoneman involved as well, but managed to keep it clean. 98 retired for fuel leak. Alright.
Certainly an interesting reason, but unsurprisingly terminal for Ajar Sharaj.
Yeah, and I mean, more tough luck for Ajar Siraj, considering that she's been I feel like she's been one of the drivers who's been very consistently running well, just has not had that luck. And
Yeah, I feel like that is just exemplary of her season so far.
I mean, we've had a lot of incidents in this one, but I wouldn't really say this is... The thing is, like, it's been a bunch of small incidents. It hasn't really been, like, a real, like, big, constant big one. It's just kind of been a bunch of small incidents that just kind of string together.
Yeah, it's just been that annoying amount of incidents, I feel like.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, come on, girls, get your consistency together. Just hold it together for a few laps, and then they don't.
I mean, we've seen a couple, like, 15, 20 lap runs, but, I mean, it's just kind of been, like, to the point where it's like, come on, guys, it's just don't be this aggressive. We still have over 200 laps. We still have just under 200 laps to go here. I mean, no point racing this hard this early, you know?
You're exactly right.
But I will say it's been interesting in terms of the strategy.
That it has, as Fontana definitely tends to be, as we've seen through the years. A lot of tire wear definitely has an influence in that, as this track has quite the old surface.
Yeah, the surface here very worn, and I mean, we're gonna go to some other interesting tracks here in the next couple weeks. I mean, because next week we've got Willow Springs here for the Cup Series, which is going to be very fun. That road course, which is under some new ownership, has come under new ownership recently, but they've been looking to transform it into a bit more of a world-class venue than it has been last little bit, and bringing AWSCO there, I think, is one of their first goals. With trying to make that track very fun for these drivers. And the Continental Series is at Irwindale next week. A very short track, with, which has worn out quite a bit in recent years. But these drivers, I think, really like those kind of drivers. Really like short tracks. But it is the first time we're going to see those Continental drivers really at one of those like proper short tracks this season. So.
Yeah, and racing's really on the up here in California. Fontana and Irwindale both narrowly saved from extinction, and then, of course, Willow Springs, world-class racetrack in its own right, now getting a major racing date there. And, of course, Kern's been expanding a lot of their events, so really just across the southern half of the state, racing is getting pretty big again. Happy to see, for sure.
I think Abby Abriella is the driver out in front, chose to stay out. The top driver after pitting, I believe, is the 34 and 13th.
Yeah, more cars stayed out that time as the pace car prepares to head in once again. Hoping to be idle for a bit longer.
Yeah, that pace car, we better hope they don't run out of fuel like the F1 pace car did that one time at Montreal. Green flag.
Might need to go to the local Toyota dealership too as we take the green flag. Already a fight for the lead with the 23.
20 did not get a very good restart. Here comes Malixon, and the 38 is around, and the 22 of Davison. Oh, dearie me.
More cars wreck. 72 just about on our side. Awfully hard impacts again as the pace car came out after just a few seconds, hardly even had time to pull into its pit box.
Is that like the worst commentator's jinx of all time? Well, it'll be Malixon who will lead him back, but I mean, that's especially tough for the 22, Andrea Davison, who had a fast car pretty much the whole race. She was up at the front, pole sitter, and not gonna have anything to show for it. Abby Little with big damage. Chantose, Byrne. It's Carly Byrne. Parkings, who was up on her side there. Handstrom's got damage. Abiola's staying out again here. I mean, that starts with the 38 spinning in front of the field. She actually managed to save it, but the rest of the field did not. And once again, these pit crews are doing some work here.
Yeah, I can guarantee you they'll be sore on Wednesday morning. And that was our pole sitter involved in that wreck as well. Probably done for the night. What a shame.
Yep. A few cars look like they took the 23 decided to take 4 tires there.
That 64 car had a decisive lead off the pit road. I believe that's who it was. Or was that a car involved in the wreck? Either way, it did
I believe
certainly
the
came out
64
pretty
is
far
on
ahead of
lead
the
lap.
39.
I believe the 64 is on lead lap, so.
Alright then, probably just went with fuel only or maybe 2 tires. We look at Davison here.
27 checked up the field.
And it all starts with the 22, I think, did get into the back of the 38, who, what a heck of a save, but not for those drivers, that's for sure.
Yeah, the 22 just tried to save it and cuts right up in front of the 9 of Carly Byrne.
That's a pretty big double whammy already
And
for the 22, as
Parking's trying
they
to
just pile in there.
Yeah,
That is
Parking's-
unacceptable. Gotta at least make an effort to slow down.
Parking's did try to
Applied
slow
the
down
brakes
there.
literally at the last second, and wow.
I don't think
I just can't believe it.
I don't think the 72 is expecting the 71 to come up the track like that.
Yeah, but the 22 and the 9 were also pretty slow up there. Surely you would see that on the high line. And I'm not sure that car has quite the steering capacity to go that low that suddenly. We see Little also involved.
Just a bizarre incident there.
Highest Californian right now is Mauricia Bebelst of San Diego up into second. Had an up and down night.
Yeah, involved in a spin earlier, but up into second now. I mean, now we're starting to see the attrition kick in, but also at the same time here, I think now maybe we'll finally be able to get like a decent green flag run here. Maybe.
Well, I can guarantee you, as long as there's at least 2 cars on the track, that's enough to wreck. Seeing how they've been tonight.
That's true. 24 cars still running in this one.
23 on the lead lap, unless there's a... Was there a car there that was eligible for the free pass but did not get it? Or is that truly the... Okay, that is 23 on the lead lap then.
It was... The 9 got lapped getting repaired on pit road. Lou, what's up?
I am at Southwest Racing, and they just told me that apparently there has been a worsening in the condition of in Jeddah, and apparently there has been some pretty heavy back issues in the last few minutes, and that they are going to transport her to the medical center. I will tell you, the mood around here is very down. They thought before the weekend they had a good car. At the moment, doesn't seem like it's a good weekend for them, and this news seems to be very serious. We've been told it's nothing. It is nothing that it's not life-threatening, at least. That's all they can really tell us at the moment. Don't quite know what's happening, but apparently the doctors as well did some fuse scans and that checked out with the issue that she is having, and they have to send her to the actual hospital now. So you might hear the helicopter taking off in a few minutes. That's what's going to happen. But now we're going back to green, I think.
All right. We appreciate that report, and we hope that Sky gets. We wish the best for Sky, and hope that it's nothing too serious. Green flag is back out, and Degabi Abriella once again restarts as the leader.
All right, keep it this time by the looks of it, at least early on. Are they really already 4 wide back there?
9 was
Calm
really
down,
slow and
guys.
checked up the field.
Ooh,
Ooh,
the
the
91
91
is
is
around
around.
into the
There
back
goes
of the
the
wall.
38. 3-car, able to get slowed up at least.
And the pace car is out again.
Come on, guys. Girls. Whoa, contact there. Is Javed and Harina racing back?
This is just maddening right here. I'm telling you that much. It is just... Wow. I don't even know what to say about this.
Yeah, I didn't expect this much. Well, the 9-car will get the free pass here.
And it looks like Abriel will bite the bullet here along with Vebels and others and come to pit road. But Delon is going to stay out, will inherit the lead.
Harina.
34 going to move up to second, and we see the 9 as well. We'll get the free pass. We're only a quarter of the way through the race, and just the chaos we've seen is just... I don't even know what to say. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it's, I can't exactly say that this has been a great race to watch for the fans, especially considering all these incidents, but, I'm not sure the drivers are particularly happy with it either.
Yeah, and it's a little bit cool out in Fontana, in case you folks at home were wondering, about 58 degrees. Got a bit of a breeze coming from, by the looks of it, the north off the mountain slopes, and pretty moderate humidity out there. Nice and clear air, which is good. But yeah, if I were Sky and Jetta going to a hospital, I'd be very concerned if it were in particularly this area of California.
Yeah. And I mean, Jetta's from out west. She's actually from Oregon, so, you know, hopefully everything's okay there. But, so Bria Delade, the French driver, out in front. Mika Harina in second. Nahil, Yuria, Rugatino, Garnston, Barino, Yanaga, Wesco, and McJasmine to make up the top 10.
Well, if nothing else, the pit crews and the safety engineers are certainly showing their worth here at Fontana. As
Yeah,
how many cars have we got left running? Is it still 24, or have we
It's still
lost a
24.
car from that?
it's still 24.
Okay, 91 did take a bit of a hit there, but was able to continue.
Yeah, so that was the 38.
Let's look at what happened to that 91, because that was a car we saw go into the wall there, rear end in. And you saw there, they were going 4 wide, which is... When are these guys going to learn? The 38 just turned the 91 there, and 38 took a hit herself, and saw the 3
Barino
pile in,
just with a
unfortunately.
little bit of, just a tiny bit of contact from the 3, but I don't think it's going to be enough to hurt her.
It can be a bit hard to tell with these cars because we saw the 92 retire after what seemed like very mundane contact, but
Yeah, that is
you never
true.
know. Doesn't matter how hard you hit, if it's the wrong thing, it's going to cause damage.
Eddie, you got anything on the 72 of Janet Parking's? How's her condition?
Well, I've been in the care center. Every other driver that's been retired has been released, except for Janet Parkins. We heard about Sky and Jetta being transported out of the infield for observational purposes, and I don't know if Janet's going to get the same treatment, but then again, she's the only car that's gone even close to flipping so far today. So I think it's best if they are just going to keep an eye on her. Hopefully everything works out. Not a great result in the end for Parkins. She's 11th. This isn't going to really help her in the points-wise. Probably going to put her closer to the cut line than she wants. And we're just going to have to see how the Team Flurvent driver does these next couple of minutes. I'll get back to you on that. Yeah, it's been a real weird one down here. I'm sure it's been just like it up in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 8 cautions and 65 laps. I mean, it's just... These drivers need to settle down.
It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I could say my home race was better than this. It's just... I'm honestly ashamed to see the drivers just being so reckless out on track. Like, sure, put on a good show for the fans, but this is not a good show. Anyhow, we'll get a restart once again, and who knows, maybe this time they'll last 10, 15 laps.
It's been about the longest we've seen them run great, and I mean, when they're with less, I think as long as we can make it maybe like 5 laps, we'll probably be okay. For a little bit at least.
We'll see about that one. If they go 3-4 wide and lose it, then there's enough cars to do that for sure, but we'll see.
I mean,
Gonna
again,
put the foot on the gas pedal here.
I'm just worried about any of these cars that are a bit slow on this restart, like the 96s.
Yeah, already causing a stack up and letting those top 4 get away now.
Oh, okay, Burrito actually
what a
saved
save
it.
for the 3. And Brigantino is going to hold up the 27 up top. Going to let the top 4 soar away.
Contact, 62, slid down to the apron there.
That payment proving its value there for sure, and is going to blend back in turn 3. Keep it clean, nice and tidy, girls.
Actually, didn't blend too egregiously.
Bit of bumping there from Schliesenbach in the 27.
64. Into pit road, the 34 of Harina. Gonna take the lead.
Delata down to 3rd.
Gabriel Delade, the French driver, is she stayed out on those tires and kind of just dropped back quite a bit. It's just when these tires age like that, it's just you just can't go as fast. 17, Reister appears to be coming down pit road. Looks like a lot of these cars that are coming down pit road are doing so for damage repair. Just trying to get the cars fixed up.
I don't know if there's a car out there that hasn't been damaged today to at least some extent.
Ooh, Yuria has been really aggressive all race. We saw her get into a couple different drivers and cause a couple different incidents. She almost got to the 34 and spun her around.
Yeah, we saw she was the car that sent those the 42 and the 31 into that wall pretty hard, concerningly so, and Delata also being pretty aggressive this race as well, so certainly got some drivers you could call aggressive or reckless or whatever you like still on the track.
It's kind of thinned out up
Survival
front,
of the
though.
munis, one might say.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of how it's been. Hey, I want to give a shout out. I mean, Irina Tosima, keep in mind that she had to drop to the back because she had that issue with her tire. She's avoided every single wreck that's happened since then. Like, I think she's avoided, like, 4 or 5 different incidents.
Still a long way to restore her earlier position, but certainly, I suppose might as well try and avoid the wrecks if you're back there. Get some practice on wreck avoidance.
Yeah. I mean, they don't really have a choice, I guess. Hey, Hella Sjukovic again. She had that really good save where she had to go down to the apron and merge back in line and actually managed to keep it solid as the 99 and 39 made contact back there. Those
Yeah,
are
Thomason
teammates.
and Bubbles, those are teammates.
Teammates, and I mean, Bubbles being shown from her own teammate Lily Talberson, that Talberson doesn't want to be pushed around. I mean, Bubbles loves pushing people around, but
This Percha lap car there, the 34 is going to go through, as well as the 82.
and the 3 of Barino's caught.
And that was
up
Reister who came down pit road.
And that was Dura Reister in the 17. She's going to go down 1 lap now, yes.
Lou, what do you have on the 34?
Well, she was saying before the last caution, what are we doing? Well, during the last caution, she said, what are we doing here? She was very frustrated. She had pace, and she was second at the time. Now she's leading. She's saying, we can't do anything at the front. We don't have time to do anything at the front because they keep wrecking at the back. Obviously, one of the most experienced drivers in the field, and yeah, it's clearly showing that she's just frustrated with those kids who are just unable to keep it clean. At least that's probably what she's thinking right now. But hey, this time we're having a somewhat long green flag run. I think this has a green flag to it at least. Feel. So yes, we'll see. But now that the 34 is under threat from that 82, and it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
I believe Harina's the oldest driver in the field. She's 29. And actually, she's 30. She just turned 30 this year. And, I mean, her kind of venting about how aggressive everyone's been and how much issues have been caused. I mean, you gotta feel her there, at least. I mean, you're out front, you got a fast car. She's kept it clean this whole time. But nobody else
Yeah,
has
and
really
she's
seemed to be
absolutely
able to.
right. I completely agree with her sentiments there. As we see, the 82 really on the back of the 34, still not making that move just yet. But yeah, absolutely right about those drivers just wrecking all the time. It's just, again, as I've said so many times, it's unacceptable. They're gonna approach a very slow 9 car there. That'll
Lap
enable
car.
the 82 to take the lead.
Yeah, 82 played that perfectly. Trapped the 34
Just
behind
sport
the
on
lapper.
by.
And Pace Laniria, who led the points for a little bit earlier in the season, now up front once again. I mean, for these drivers, you just got to be careful getting around this lap traffic, just because lap traffic isn't going to be parked, because lap traffic's not going to be parked.
Oh
boy.
my, they're 5 wide, and the 46 got turned into the
46
wall.
and 9 are in the wall. That was just a squeeze. No caution. We're going to stay green.
Stay green.
And we're going to stay green. Yuri out front. They're 3 wide for a second. Here comes Barino. Here comes the 55 at the lot as well. I mean, Harina getting held up brought basically all of these cars in here. It brought Halas Jukovic and Cindy Rarest into this mix. I mean, that's 3 Atlantic racing cars up here in this top 7 group.
Ironic that the Atlantic cars are out front of the Pacific, I might say, is we're gonna be good thing not quite 4 wide back there.
I mean, last time I ran a race in an adjacent sim to this, Atlantic Racing actually did win with the 64 car. That was Oriola Saltina doing the NXT race here. Mika Harina has looked fast though, but right now it's Pace Laniria out in front. As hey, I mean, we've started to pick up some actual green flag laps here.
When you have half the field, it's a bit harder to find drivers to mess around, and even then, there's still some that will.
Well, I mean,
I'm not gonna say much more lest something silly happen. So we
I
go
mean,
4 wide.
we haven't exactly been clean this run. We've just kind of gotten away with a lot.
You're right.
This track is very wide, and as much as it might not seem forgiving, this track is definitely much more forgiving than some other tracks that we go to on the schedule.
That is true. There definitely are, yeah. As we see a battle there for 5th. But yeah, definitely, there's some unforgiving aspects about this track, like especially the very bumpy backstretch, I feel like, but definitely a bit more forgiving than most tracks. I would agree to that. As we see 3 wide there, 362 and 55. They sort that out quickly.
I mean, yeah, just the fact that this track is so wide and there's so much paved runoff here, I think is what makes this track so much more forgiving than really most of the other tracks we go to.
And from 2 years of idleness, certainly its behavior has changed. You see, in the past, like back in, what, a few years ago, back when NASCAR was still racing at this track annually, we saw that there was grip everywhere on the track, from the apron all the way up to the wall, basically. But here, it doesn't seem like that. Mostly it looks like maybe a few car widths off the wall and a few car widths away from the apron is where all the grip is. And if you try and go lower than that, you're not going to have much success.
Halis Jukovic has taken the lead away. Now, this track technically does qualify as a super speedway because it's 2 miles. But it still races like an intermediate, and I mean, Jukovic's one win came at Daytona, and if she wins again at another super speedway in quotation marks.
Well, it's a super speedway by length, if not by behavior.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't race like an actual, like, plate track, but it is a very long track, and, I mean, we're seeing this, I kind of touched on this in the Continental race, but here at Fontana, I mean, what you'll see is all these cars, they'll kind of fan out, they'll get spread out for a little bit, and then they'll all bunch back together, and you'll get a big group of cars once again, and it just kind of flip-flops around like that. Here comes Cynthia Rariston in the 32, the driver from Arizona, actually. She won the pole last week in Las Vegas and had a good run going before she had issues that caused her to be sent to the garage. Now she's got a huge run on her teammate here.
Not going to be enough to take the lead, though. They're going to be bumper to bumper as they exit turn 4.
I mean, you know, as much as I say, you know, maybe the Californians wouldn't want a NorCal driver to win here, you think they'd want an Arizonan driver to win here? I think that might be worse.
They probably just want this race to be done with, all the chaos we've had so far. And this is just looking like typical I-15 traffic behavior right here, with everybody just so fast and on each other's doors and bumpers and wrecking each other. This is just how the 15 freeway is in the Inland Empire right by us.
Yeah. This is just how every freeway is in the Inland Empire, actually.
Very true. Not quite the elevation change that you would get on the 15, that's for sure.
Yep.
Anyhow, battle for the lead continues. Now we have the 32 still to the inside of the 62, but not keeping that momentum. We'll drop back to 3rd.
Huge run for the 3 of the Reno. I mean, if we're looking at drivers, you know, still in the race, of the California drivers still in the race, I mean, Barina's still here. She's running 2nd. I think Jasmine is still in the race. Actually in 12th spot right now. Kind of on the edge of the top 10. Vettel's still here, running 16th. I mean, the only 2 we've lost is Waterton and I already forgot her name. Stoneman. Eddie, do you have a report on the 3?
I do. It seems, as I have forgotten about it, that Unia Waterton was released from the care center, and of course, her and Mimi Barino being very good friends and co-owners of MBYW Motorsports, has asked to sit in and just be an extra voice on the radio call. Seems like AWSCO officials are permitting it. Can't imagine a world where they don't. And seems like she's trying to help Mimi Marino get a better run, probably get her to a win, so that these California girls can celebrate at the end of the day. Back to y'all. Oh boy.
27 is down on the
race
apron with some
27
problem. Looks like
with
our
an
first
engine
true
issue.
mechanical failure of
With
the
an
night.
engine issue, yeah. We'll see if that brings out the caution, but I don't think it will. Yeah, we stay green. She's able to get off the track into a spot where the safety crews can bring her back behind the wall without bringing out the caution. So, I mean, that's not. I think that's a good thing. I don't think we want to see more cautions. We've already seen enough at this point in the race.
As much as I love Toyota Camrys, I'm getting sick of seeing that Toyota Camry go out on track. Just sit there and look nice on pit road.
That's a Honda. The 27 is a Honda Accord.
I was referring to the Camry being the pace car.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I would not wish an engine failure on any driver in this series. As much as they've raced like idiots tonight.
I mean, for Nietzsche Garnston, I mean, it's been a tough race. I mean, she got involved in and literally got spun on the literally before we even reached the first corner, so.
Yeah, if there's an incident, she was probably involved in it, and probably not by her own fault.
Raristoun looking for the lead. She went to the bottom in 1 and 2 there, but not close enough there. And here comes the 3, and here comes the 8 of Schliesenbach again with a great run. I mean, this team, especially the Uberman Enterprise team, has been a real surprise. They've run very well. They're up in 3rd and 4th in the points, and I mean, both their cars are still running in this race. Schliesenbach and Uria both up here in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, that car definitely looks great on the long run, if not in the short run, for sure. Been interesting to study these cars on the long run now that we have the chance to do that finally in this race.
Yeah, it's been a bit since we saw them all up in the pit road. I mean, well, they pitted about lap 64, and it's lap 91 now. And the fuel window here is about 45 to 50 laps. So I imagine you'll see them pit a little at the early end of that window, just because, well, you want to try and run as many laps as you can, but also what you want to do at this kind of track is just kind of... Oh, the 3 appears to have some kind of problem, and the 3 of Barino is coming to pit road, it appears. We'll have to follow up on this.
That 3 car is awfully low on pit road for sure to be coming that early. I've not seen a car just start to the apron in turn 3 just to enter pit road. Possibly some bigger problem.
I mean, at the front now, it's literally all Honda and Mercedes. It's 4 Hondas and 2 Mercedes in the top 6 right now. The top Chevy is that 23 of Malixon. The top Ford is the 18 of Alacantes, and the top Toyota, you have to go back to the 6 of McJasmina. So, I mean, this is Toyota's home track, but they have not been performing particularly great here.
Yeah, they have their TRD headquarters in Costa Mesa just a couple hours down the road, and one of their bigger facilities in Torrance as well. And they've done production for their road cars here in the past too, so they definitely want a little bit of extra speed at this track, if nowhere else.
I mean, things can change quickly, to be fair. Obviously, right now, those cars don't have the pace, but maybe they'll get something fixed up on a pit stop here in a bit here. .27 out of the race with a camshaft issue. 3 cars back out on track. So we'll have to see if we can get a report on what's going on with the 3 car.
I'd be interested to see a bit more of a detailed engine diagnostic on that 27 because I saw from the estimated metric that that was a catastrophic engine failure by what it looked like.
Yeah.
We saw some of that at Las Vegas too. In fact, I was down there reporting on some of that, and the things that can happen to those engines, especially at such high demand, is pretty scary.
Yeah, and this track is even more high demand than Vegas is, so... I mean, you're going way faster down the straightaways here. Like, you saw the 62 hit 199 right there. And, that's only being the lead car of this group. Fastest lap belongs to the 52, Rachel Cole. NordVPN fastest lap belongs to the 52, Rachel Cole, 38.247. I imagine, though, there's still a decent amount of cars left in the race. I imagine we could see someone top that by the end, but we'll have to see whether that actually happens or not.
It's not going to be terribly soon because these tires are getting old, and we'll probably have to wait until maybe a few laps after a green flag pit stop when the cars are A, bit lighter on fuel, and B, of course, on fresh tires.
Yeah, well, they're going to be on fresh tires. That's going to be when they set those fast laps. .32 is kind of looking.
Yeah, it's relieving to see for the most part this field just kind of get into a nice little rhythm here. As much as they have not been in a very nice little rhythm most of the race.
I also like to give a shout out. Isa Ijavida in the 2 car hasn't had a great start to the season, but she finished 7th last week in Vegas, and now she's running 6th here. I mean, that 2 car, you know, her teammate kind of embarrassed herself, Rachel Cole did, but the 2 of Ijavidas looked pretty solid in this one. As has pretty much all of the Hondas up here. Aside from those Royal Racing cars, which have had a day to forget, I would say.
Yeah, the 82 seems to have fallen back a little bit. Definitely a good short run car, but not good for much else, it would seem. And how about the 93 making up some spots? Because we remarked that there was a problem with the tire earlier, and that that did impact that team, but now it's a 14th and about the middle of the field.
I also like to talk about the 39, Lily Talberson. I mean, Talberson had a fast car at Vegas last week, but didn't get the chance to show it because she got turned in the middle of the field in that race and never really got a chance to show her speed as it was a bit early. But the 39 is up here running very well. Lily Talberson running with Schliesenbach, her Merc teammate. And there's Mimi Brino. I mean, we're going to see, as we got a car, it looks like the 99 and 46 have both come down pit road, so I think the green flag cycle is going to be starting here.
Yeah, as you see, I think that was Bevels just coming off the pit road.
Yeah. We're going to see the 3 is going to be absolutely... Watch the 3 on these fresh tires. She's going to blow by the 82.
Didn't they last get tires on lap 47 or so?
Around lap 60-ish.
Okay, so like maybe 40, 50 laps if you stretch it for green flag pit stops. So I'd have to imagine we'll see about 3 more rounds of stops. Assuming there's no, you know, things like earlier in the race.
I think they'll probably 2-stop the rest of this race, but I'm not sure. It'll depend on whether any more cautions fall and where they fall.
Yeah, definitely, because the cautions played such a big role earlier in the race, and that tends to be a time where tires wear less and fuel lasts longer, so honestly, I could see 2. I would say 3, though, if it were me as a crew chief. Not that I have much experience. We'd have to get a certified crew chief in the set here for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if you're 3, I think you would 3-stop it on tires, but if you're trying to make it on fuel, I mean, I think if you're trying to go for it on field, never mind.
Oh,
Well,
Schliesenbach is going to go on the wall. Just
the
about.
34 of
Nearly
Paulina
avoided
and
by-
the 8 of Schliesenbach. Well,
Those cars rushed by, narrowly avoiding the 8 there. Precarious position on the track, and
caution's out.
yeah, the Vettel started came to pit road, as did the 46. So I'm not too sure how this is going to work out for them.
Well, the
I haven't worn
three-car
the tires that much, but
is
this is
going
going to mess up strategy.
The 3-car is going to get the free pass. So for Barino, that's a at least okay timed caution. But for those cars that just pitted, that's gonna really hurt for them because they're gonna have to take the wave around here.
Yeah, and that'll line them up pretty much at the back end with tires that are a few laps older.
Yep.
Bad luck for Bevels and the 46 both.
Yep. Those two just come in and they were looking to try to recover from they were trying to kind of undercut it on strategy, but that yellow right there has pretty much kind of nerfed the strategy for the moment. I'll say the 62 looking pretty strong. That car has no rear bumper at all, and that car still looks very fast. So,
well, losing a rear bumper is one of the good things you can lose on these race cars because that both enhances downforce and reduces drag. So, if there's any component you want to lose, it's the rear end.
oh, the 62 is not going to win the race out. I believe it's going to be the 39. Yes, the 39 is going to win the race out. Great pit stop for Talberson. Great pit stop from Malikson, who's going to get to second. Vukovic is going to drop to third, so a very slow stop for the 62. 3 cars coming to pit road here. I think that's a good move.
I'll be interested to see the replay after these pit stops and the subsequent order ultimately shakes out because it kind of looked like the H's got turned there. Maybe the H's came up. A little bit confused by that one, to be honest, but lucky that nobody else hit her.
Yeah, they were both lucky that nobody else got into them. So these cars that are all laps down, I mean, the 99 and 46 are going to come back to pit road because I guess you might as well. I mean, this early in the race.
I suppose so. Might as well bite the bullet rather than get struck by the cannonball, perhaps.
Yeah. So, Talberson the leader. 39 with a very good pit stop there. I have to give praise to that pit crew for getting her out ahead of the 62 because she had just gotten up to second, and then she gets the lead off pit road. And we've seen the ERR cars be fast recently. We saw Vebels win last week at Vegas. Also, after that incident with the 46 and 9, that when they were in the wall, the 9 actually just chose to retire from the race after that. So
Can't blame her, honestly. It's been a pretty frustrating day, and that car was already wounded.
I mean, Carly Byrne, who's been the 18-year-old prodigy that got put in that 9 car, has not had a season to remember so far. She's sitting back and came in 32nd in points, and this is not going to help. The lights are going to be out on the pace car. It'll be Talverson, Malikson, Yukovic, Alicantes, Rariston, Delad, Abriella, Wesco, Koo, and Tosin at the top 10. I mean, once again, point out that 93 and that tire down.
Yeah, now worked our way back into the top 10. So good run for that team. Still plenty of time left in the race too. Gonna be 144 to go at the line?
Something like that. So Lily Talverson is going to be the race leader as we come to the green flag. I mean, for these cars that came to pit road at the tail end of that strategy, I mean, for these cars that are back here that are a lap down, I mean, what's your plan here? Are you you're just gonna try and race hard to try and get that free pass position, or do you just want to try and play this race out normally from here?
Seeing how they've been before, I think there's going to be a lot of urgency as they step on that gas pedal and get restarting.
'96 is slow again, but at the very least, the 96 has less cars to take out if, you know, with her being so slow.
Here comes the 23 on the 39, side by side heading to the line.
They're looking at almost 4 wide there for the back. The 23, I believe, had it at the line. Yes, she did.
Yeah, and Talberson really got left to dry, basically. They're going to fall to 4th, perhaps. Best case, 3rd.
Malikson and Alicantes now up to 2nd. And
Alicantes going to go for the lead here.
Look at the 93. Using the apron to try and get around here.
I thought we would have seen that more, but, well, there we go. Not going to work out, though.
Eddie, do you have anything on the 3's issue from earlier?
Yeah, so it seems like it was just some debris that got caught in the tire that put Barrino a lap down after they had to go replace said tire. This seemed to really get Barrino in a bad mood. Waterton was trying to help her get through the motions, and it seems like this caution really brightened everything up, especially since they had the free pass. They can now try and go fight for a race win. That car's been pretty good. We'll see if it can last the other half of this race. Back to y'all.
Well, Perry Alicantes has just taken the lead in the 18 car, but we'll see how long she can hold that, because the 23 of Malikson is there in 2nd, and the 39 is here in 3rd. Bria Delad actually running pretty solidly, battling Sidney Rariston for 4th.
Yeah, Delad has definitely had some moments, but at this point on the track, who hasn't?
Hey, I mean, then there's a lot of Pacific drivers up at the front. I wouldn't say Californian, but there's a lot of drivers from the West Coast. You know, you got Alicantes, who's from Mexico, from Guadalajara. Yappy Malikson from Australia, and I would consider that a Pacific country. Talberson, who's from British Columbia, and Sidney Rariston from Arizona, which, I mean, it's not on the coast, but it might as well be west. I'm not calling Texas west, no matter what you say.
If you use a Mississippi as a dividing line, sure, but that's a pretty weak argument.
Well, Texas is central.
It's fair, just like how you can't divide California cleanly in half.
Alicante's out front. She's got Malikson with her, fighting for that lead spot though. And here comes the 39. Ruby Talberson trying to dive it down there, go for the lead here. And she's going to try and make that move stick. What a run that 39 got through turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, how about the 82 back on the scene? Great short run car.
How about the 93? Up into 7th now. Or actually 6th.
Yeah, that move on the apron didn't work, but those moves pretty much anywhere else did, it would seem.
Now, you know what the perfect argument is? Texas is west because it has Carl's Jr. and In-N-Out.
Actually, a better argument. Texas is south.
I mean, yeah. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. You're just right. Argument, you're just right. Like that's just like factually
that's
correct.
Just true. I'm true. No way.
I mean, Arizona's also south. If you think about it. Actually, not even if you think about it. It literally borders Mexico.
Well, California's south, and I guess Nevada. But I'm not very good with that geometry stuff, as Michael Waltrip would say. But how about the battle out front?
Yeah, look at Tosum in the 93. Look at that.
Might
from
take the
having
lead
that,
here with how good that outside has been.
Having that tire issue, she's driven all the way up to the front of the field. I mean, she might get the lead here in a bit here. Maybe not this lap, but
definitely contending for it, which is quite nice to see.
Yeah. And I mean, remember how we were talking about how it was all Hondas and Mercedes up at the front? And now it's a Chevrolet leading with Yappy Malikson.
No Chevy wins yet, which is a bit of a surprise, but maybe that can change tonight here at Fontana.
Chevy's yet to win in the Cup Series. I believe they have a win in Continental, though. Yeah, they have a win in Continental. But that's all they have.
GM has been other motorsports where Chevy has seen some success, or certainly GM, with their recent entry into F1 improved as well, and of course Daytona 500 and plenty of other things for them to celebrate in motorsport, if not AWSCO Continental.
Ooh, this is tight. This is a tight battle. Here comes Rariston.
Gonna get help from the 93 at least briefly as we see some stragglers at the back.
Yeah, I thought I heard somebody really slow.
Well, those two are, as we see Rariston take the lead. Pretty decisively, too. The inside seems to work pretty well here, and did I see smoke up there?
Yes, you did. Somebody spun. We did not have a caution for it, though.
Good.
We're still green.
That's all I'm gonna say. Good.
We'll have to follow up on that and see what happened there, but clearly something happened. I guess I was right when I heard somebody slow, so...
Somebody was slow and flat spotting their tires by what it sounded like.
I mean, yeah, probably. You know, the 38 Youngwei Koo been involved in multiple incidents in this race. She's in the top 10. She's in 6th. I mean, there's the 6 of
Has
Jiaomi
taken some heavy hits too, like with the 91.
Yeah. Also the 6 of McJasmine up in the top 10 right now. And we got a battle for the lead. Here comes the 93, really not giving any quarter to her former teammate Celia Rariston, and Tosima gonna get back out front. And I mean, you got to be impressed with the drive that the 93s had. I mean, she fell back to the back of the field, but just slowly, methodically worked her way up through. Did not push it too hard, and we're seeing the results of that because she's now back out front.
Certainly, and that is the kind of example that these drivers should follow out here. Don't race stupid, race smart, race easy, and just make your way out front as it goes. That's a philosophy you should have in racing.
And with her teammate sitting back in 6th in Lily Talberson.
Yeah, we saw Talberson initially contending quite strongly on that restart, but just got hung out to dry and just didn't quite recover from it. Not that Talberson is suddenly in a horrible position, but yeah, not very pleasing after leading on that restart. You'd like to be out front a bit more.
And there's the fight for second as Malikson's going to take that away. And,
looking more like we'll have a fight for third or fourth on our hands now.
yeah, there's Youngwei Ku fighting with Yiria. And Talberson and Rarison. It's kind of a four-way battle there. But, you know, we don't have, you know, let's go back to that West debate. Alberta's not West either. I'm not calling Alberta West. And that's where Tosima's from. Tosima's from Alberta. I mean, I guess Alberta is kind of West, but it's not West like, I don't know. To me, like, anything east of the Rockies is just doesn't count as West.
Is Montana not west then?
No. I would not count Montana as West.
Interesting how much the geographic definitions.
I would count
vary.
Colorado and New Mexico as West, though, which is,
What do you count Wyoming as west?
no. Is Idaho West?
Interesting.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, part of Idaho's border literally is the Rockies. And actually part of Montana's west of the Rockies, funny enough. That was kind of a weird border change that happened back in the territorial days.
I mean, Alberta's border is literally the Continental Divide. Like, the Alberta-BC border is literally the Continental Divide for, like, most of it. Except for, like, the really northern part where it's a straight line, because Canadian borders are terrible.
Well, thank the British, I suppose, for that one, as things have settled down a bit out front.
No, I would not consider Northwest Territories as West. I would consider it North. I don't really consider the territories as anything, honestly. Actually, I'd call Yukon
I mean, the
West.
Canadian government probably doesn't either, but I digress.
I mean, there's not enough people there to care, so... There's like 30 people, and 90% of them live in like one of two cities, basically.
Sonora is definitely west of Chihuahua. Mexican states.
Tosima still in the lead as this time by, we're gonna take halfway.
Yep, cross flags here for the 93.
Cross flag zone.
And
Bit of a heck of a comeback for the driver of the 93 car, Irenia Tosima. She's shown that she has skill in many different disciplines, and I think this might be a defining race. Even if she's not able to win, this is a defining race considering she had that issue, had to drop to the back, and had all those wrecks happen in front of her, and she didn't get touched in a single one of them. That 93 did not make any contact with anybody in any of those incidents that happened, and now she's back out front of the lead.
yeah, people need to remember that for quite a while. Just the performance of this 93, and I know we keep saying it, but it's just, how do you even describe that? It's just been impressive to see this 93 car with the comeback and just so clean as well. You have to keep your eye on this.
There's a battle between a couple of Mercedes with Yiria and Talberson. I think they might have improved that 82 on the short run a bit, because remember that car was not particularly strong on the short runs earlier, but this car has gotten better. This car is running up in the 5th spot now as Talberson gets by.
I think you mean more the long runs because we saw that car great on restarts,
Or,
but as the
yes.
run went on, just fell back. Yeah, long runs for sure. We've had plenty of short run data this race.
Yeah, that's what I meant. We have had plenty of short run data this race.
I don't think the fans appreciate that.
Rarison all over the bumper of the 93 here. So, as we're past halfway here, it's Tosima leading Rariston, Malikson, Talberson, Yiria. And, well, we're gonna toss you down for, as it's we're halfway through, so we're gonna send you down for our mid-race report from the FanDuel Fan Studio. And Eddie, Lou, you two have been down there on pit road, but you've gathered back together in the studio here. How would you how do you feel about this one? 130 laps into it.
Oh. Or are we stuck down here forever? I
Wow.
mean, they're getting green flag laps, but, you know.
This is kind of ridiculous. They're silly. That AWSCO officials need to do better, because this is ridiculous. They need to make these drivers calm down, because this looks like nothing, and this is a very bad image, both for the sport and for the entire, just for women. It's sad that the women category is just people driving terribly, at least at the moment, and it shouldn't be this way because we have a lot of talent, and this is just ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, plus with the news of Sky and Jetta being helicoptered out, hasn't been the greatest thing so far in the garage. So plus, we've been running around everywhere, so that's it. But Renee Tosima leading would be the second Evans Ross racing driver to win if he can hold on. The 32 in second. I don't remember where the 32 even is.
I mean, hey, and Nico Evans Ross car winning twice since the season started. I wouldn't have guessed that before the season, right? This is so surprising. It's not, but it's one thing. It's one thing to win once, but to win twice. And where's the other place that Evans Ross car won? Was it like?
It was Vegas, so they would have back-to-back race wins.
I mean, I said at the beginning of the show that I think Red Racing was the best car, was the best racing the team of the entire category, but it doesn't seem like it. Maybe it seems like it's Evans Ross Racing from what we're seeing now, at least on intermediates. Maybe they're just a one-trick pony. That's not great in a series where you've got playoffs and you've got a run where I think it's just like, if you look at the schedule, there's a round that doesn't have a lot of intermediates, so.
Yeah. I mean, you also look at like the top 10, and by the top 10 I mean people who've survived. Let's be clear. And you have Tosimo, who's 16th in the points. You have 32, who is actually higher in points than I expected. Finley Rarison, who is in 19th, 1 point over the cut line to make it in, should it start now. Lily Talberson, tied for 28th. Oh boy, I just looked up at the big screen and saw a crazy move out of 32. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's see, that's the reason we've got so many yellows. They have 5 lanes. They could use 5 lanes, but they stay squashed together on the outside like a bunch of whiners, and then they complain when they go wrecking. That doesn't make any sense.
Fair point. Jiri is in 4th. Furia, fourth in the race, is fourth in the standings. 23 car of Yappy Malikson's 21st in the standings. 55 is 28th. Then you have the 38 down in 34th. The 8 car up in 3rd. The 6 was sitting in 33rd and 18th. So what we've seen is this has been purely chaotic. There has been, you could talk about Evans Ross Racing being good. You can talk about Uberman Enterprises having 2 cars in the top 10.
Well, they're not.
But
They're not first and third.
that's a fair. Well, yeah, that's a fair point.
they're
Well,
good.
at least
they're
in the
not
point
bad.
standings, Red Racing
bad.
could definitely catch them if they keep putting up like this. But when your Uberman Enterprises, both your cars in the top 5 and in the top 10 this race, which would mean you catch Nihale and Handstrom, who are not in the top 10. This is a great run.
Well, yeah, this is a good run, and I think they can be happy about that. I think everyone who survived this that didn't get involved in one of those wrecks can be just happy they didn't, and can profit from that and having a good position and having the best race car possible. I mean, with that being said, I mean, look at this. There's already 5 seconds between the top 1 and the first place and place number 10. How many laps have we been green now? What, 30?
Yeah, it's been about 30.
So that's there's quite the gap here today between the teams, and I mean, if you're the teams up front, you gotta like that. If you're the fan, man, this is kind of a bad race, and it's not obviously it's not the fault of the track. It's a very fun track. It's the fault of the drivers. They just keep wrecking. But I guess now that we're green, oh my goodness, now it's 6 seconds between first and 10th. More than 6 seconds.
I think lap cars are getting in the way. That's the 91, the 96. They're both.
Yeah.
They're both a lap down. They're causing
Man,
problems now.
Oh yeah, and these lap cars are gonna be very dangerous because some of them are battling to survive, honestly, at this point. And
Yeah.
the less amount of laps down you're in, the more you can maybe try and come back if there's a if there's a caution fest again for the end of this one, which there very well could be. Good thing there's no overtime. We could go 300 laps otherwise. What is this, Arca?
It might as well be at this point.
Yeah.
Well, you got a FanDuel fan pick. We're midway through the race. I completely forgot who your original one was. It feels like it's been ages since we actually did those.
2.5 hours it's been since we picked those.
Yes. I wish I could count, but unfortunately I don't think I can count anymore. That's where I'm at.
Tired?
Yes. I thought the West Coast was going to hit me harder. Turns out not. Staring at cars going 60 miles an hour around a 2-mile track hurts more.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna pick, that 39. 39 seems pretty good at the moment. It's an Evans Ross car, which is obviously a good thing in this series for obvious reasons. Yeah, it's a good car. Could get a good strategy maybe and come back. 2.5 seconds in 110 laps isn't a lot to come back from, and I don't think that 93 is gonna stay up until the end of this race, and neither the 32. We've been maybe pushing a little bit too much, and that might bite them in the rear at the end of this one.
Well, you convinced me. I was gonna go with the 32, but now that I think about it, yeah, they might have pushed too hard, which means I'm gonna go with the 23. Yappy Malikson has had quite a season.
Yeah.
Two Australia races and not a lot to show for it, and currently sitting 3 points out. A win would obviously put her in the top 20, and being a red racing car, you obviously have good chances to get a run, but At this point for Red Racing, we've talked, Evans Ross is definitely on top. Uberman's probably second, at least at this track, and maybe at all other intermediates. Red Racing could easily sneak into a third spot, and I think the 23 has a chance to lock that team down as a top 5 team going forward. I mean, there are only 15 teams, but being the top 5 or even the top 3 is pretty impressive. We'll have to see. Anyway, that's it for the FanDuel Fan Studio. We've got about 108 laps. I'm gonna say 108 laps left
Yeah, now we
in this
do.
race. I still can't count. Don't worry. That was not math. I promise
Hey,
you.
it's already past 9 p.m. So yeah, get more.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
that 32
it
hasn't
feels
been
like
able to
past
over.
midnight for me because
I'm sorry,
still
that
not
32 has
used to it.
been on the rear of the 93 for like 15 laps and hasn't been able to overtake. Man, that's it's kind of ridiculous there.
Well, you might be right. The tire wear might kick him in the butt. Back to
Yeah.
Echo and Maddie in the booth. Hope you guys can do better than we are. I guess.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the nice part of being a native West Coaster, because I'm used to this time zone.
I don't have a sleep schedule. Maddie, do you have a FanDuel fan pick for this race here with in these last 100 or just over 100 laps left to go?
I'm honestly going to say that 82 further back, because we saw how bad that car was on the long runs earlier in this race. They really seem to turn it around quite nicely, and maybe if we get another caution, I think in combination with that great long runs or short run speed we saw out of him, I really think the 82 could do something pretty big here. Running in third, which is the best of those cars that aren't like pushing each other too hard, and if you just lay back and do your thing, maybe you can just let it fall into your hands. I think these AWSCO drivers are finally starting to understand that. I'll wait to forget it next week, whenever that is.
Well, I'll make my pick easy then. I'll take the driver who's leading the race, Arinia Tosima. I mean, she's had a great comeback in this race. She started in second, had that issue early, had to methodically drive her way through the field, and I mean, she's back up to the lead now, and she's been leading most for quite a while since the restart. So I gotta say, my eye is on that 93. I think this car is the one to beat right now, but I also will say don't count out the 32 of Cinlia Rarison here. That car has also looked very fast. And there's your FanDuel.
Bit of a boring pick, but very respectable.
There's your FanDuel. Well, I mean, it's my team, so of course I'm gonna pick it. I'm biased. So those are FanDuel fan picks for this race, the Snapdragon 500, and just over 100. We have 105 laps to go. We're gonna have 104 to go when they cross the line this time. I mean, overall, this has been definitely a race that has occurred. That is my sentiment on it. Been mostly clean for these past 80, 90 or so laps. Just man, the start of the race. I mean, it's really put a damper on this one, I think. But
this is definitely a motor racing event that's taken place in California, but yeah, the start of that was it was embarrassing. Really set back women's rights by some distance.
I think a good point out here as well, Jocelyn Nihil. She's actually a lap down right now, but the 64 does currently have the NordVPN fastest lap. She actually set that lap after the 52's lap, so I mean, that 64 car definitely looks really, really fast here. Just she hasn't gotten lucky with getting the cautions time to where she needs them to be. Running 16th right now, first car off the lead lap, and I mean, if you're the 64, you're absolutely hoping there's another caution, just because you want to get back on the lead lap and have a shot at this win. I mean, that 64 car is obviously very fast.
Yeah, and some other drivers that I'd like to point out are 46 and the 99, both of whom pitted before our most recent caution, and they paid dearly for it. They're both a lap down and running in 19th and 20th. Ouch.
And we got cars coming to pit road. Yeah, we are at about the end of the fuel cycle here. 93's coming in. So Tosima's going to try the undercut here. Try and get a bit of a bigger lead on Rariston from that. We got, let's see, I think the 20 and the 8 are in. Yep, that's Abriella and Schliesenbach. So the pit cycle has begun here with just about 100 laps to go. I don't think they're going to make it on one stop from here. This seems a bit... I mean, because they weren't able to make it 50 laps. They weren't able to make it 50 laps at the end of the Continental race. So...
I was just about to shed light to that, and I think this could be a fuel mileage race, perhaps.
Yeah, we could see fuel mileage come into play here. Rariston's coming in, so is Talberson, Malikson, and Yiria. There's Delot and Alicantes are choosing to stay out for now. Harina and Yukovic are both in.
Yeah, these drivers could need to conserve to the end if they want to do this right. And, you know, come to think... Wait, did Bebelst and the 46 already come in? Okay, I think they have, yeah.
The 99's coming in
so this
now.
is not going to work out for them.
I mean,
but,
they also pitted at the end of that last caution anyway, so they were still a lap down.
Yeah, so anyway, with drivers like... well, we saw Oberman last time go for a more conservative strategy, came down pit road, and that actually won her the race because of those cars running out of fuel. Maybe we could see something like that here. And Schliesenbach is around with the 91.
We're still green.
And we stay green.
91 and the 8.
How that would have messed up pit cycles if that had been
That would have been
caution.
a really... That would have made that much worse, but AWSCO officials decided that the track was clear, and as a result, we're going to stay green. McJasmina, Delod, Alicantes all down pit road. Looks like the 38 of Ku is down as well.
Yeah, that would have had our crew chiefs looking like Toto Wolff slamming headphones into his desk with, had that been a caution, that would have just destroyed strategies.
Yep, 64's coming down pit road now. No, it was just an issue of getting up on track with the 91 and the 8. But Tosima is going to be well clear for the lead here for a bit. But we'll see how long that she's going to be that far clear, because 32's in second, and the 32 is a little bit fresher tires. I believe the same goes for the 39. Eddie, you got something on the 55, Bria Delod here.
I do. It seems that the track conditions are finally getting to some of our drivers. But when I say some, I specifically mean Delod, who had... I got the transcript from radio with her crew chief over her asking a question about the track conditions. I believe her crew chief stated what you said earlier, Echo, about the general track is clear, and Delod started speaking in French, which is why I have the transcript, because I probably got to go over to Ludovic and ask for translation. But from what I have from my formative years, yeah, no, I'm gonna assume everything's a curse word. This seems like Delod is having a lot of trouble right now dealing with the track conditions, and is taking out her rage on the AWSCO officials for keeping on saying that the track is clear. Back to y'all.
Well, I mean, with how spread out the field is, I think everybody wants a caution at this point.
Except the fans. Well, maybe the fans do want one. I don't know.
Maybe
They
the
probably
fans
got
want
sick
one
cautions.
with how spread out it is right now, but I don't know. I mean, we're not doing an SRX fun flag here.
Yeah, nor one of those phantom debris cautions. We're not like NASCAR.
I don't know. Sometimes they throw one of those. We saw a yellow for debris at Las Vegas last week. At least that's what I think it was.
Well, I think race control is going to get pretty upset if we continue this conversation. So, how about how the field's shaken out? We see the 93 with about a 2-second lead now.
Yeah, and the 32 is not really gaining that much on her, but The 32 is going to has about a lap pressure on the tires. The 39 of Talberson is all 5 seconds back now. The 23 of Malixon is in 4th. She's 7 seconds back. I mean, it's now. I mean, we were talking in the studio about how it was a 6-second gap between the top 10. It's now 16 seconds. So pit stops really shook everything up here, with all these drivers just kind of splitting up and running their own races now.
Got a battle for 5th, but yeah, even the top 3 are within 6 seconds of each other. Not even 4th is within 6 seconds of the leader. So things have drastically changed in terms of how pit stops have influenced this race. You can make up tenths on track, but you can lose seconds on pit road.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but the 32 is kind of making up seconds on the track right now. She's down to 1.2 seconds back. And, I mean, she keeps running that fast. She'll probably get the draft of the 93 in a bit. Lou, what do you got on the 93 of Tosama?
So you know how she had a tire down earlier? She's reporting vibrations again. On the same tire, right rear tire, the same tire that blew up the first time. But apparently it's vibrating again. So that'll be something to watch out. We've seen multiple cars having issues today, and it's quite notable, honestly. But at this point, yeah, it's vibrating, and apparently it's sort of affecting a bit the way she's driving. But she says it's fine. She can deal with it. So we'll see how well she can deal with it. The gap has closed down between first and second, very noticeably. So we'll see.
Yeah, Rarison's
Vibrations don't tend to get better.
Rarison's got Tosama's draft now, so that's even if Tosama's vibration does magically get better, I mean that 32 is still gonna be there with her. I mean, this group is kind of closing in on each other. 39, 23, 82, and 20 all up here to be kind of bunching together right now.
Yeah, we were a bit harsh on how far the field had been spread out initially, and while it is still 16 seconds, actually closer to 17 seconds separating the top 10, at least as far as the top 5 goes, now they are within 7 seconds of each other, so yeah, I'd have to imagine a large part of that does have to do with those problems on the 93, though.
Now the 32 is going for it. She's down to a 10th. Well, 2 tenths, I guess, but she was looking to the inside there, but so far Tosama's
They have a lap
her
car
back.
coming up. I believe that's a 17, or no, that is the 2. Okay,
That's
they do
the
have a lap
2.
car coming up.
That is
That
the
will
2.
undoubtedly shape the battle.
That's a 2 of Izuki Javida. I mean, hey, we got a long enough green run to get green flag stops, so I think this is a benefit for everyone, considering the start of the race. We've had 9 yellows, but they were pretty much all concentrated in that first, in those first 75 laps. Only had 1 other yellow at lap 100, and been green pretty much ever since.
We have 90 laps to go here. Going to be 89 at the line as we see the 32 has dropped a little bit back from the 93, but the 93's exit was compromised there by the lap car. How much is that going to help?
Now remember, the 2 and the 32 are manufacturer teammates. They're both Hondas.
Looks like that helps substantially. We see right on the rear bumper between our top 2. Well, more like a car link separating them, but still, that really has condensed them together.
And this group now just kind of gathered together here. The 23, 39, 82, and the 20. These 4 cars all about 6 seconds back. But I mean, the fight for the win right now, well, for the fight for the lead, I should say, is the 93 and the 32. Tosama and Rariston are the 2 that are fighting for it. But I mean, if this goes green all the way to the end, which, granted, seeing how this race has gone, I would be surprised if that was to happen. But if it does, I think it will. I think it could come down to fuel mileage, and I think it could come down to what we saw in the Continental race, where we saw multiple drivers having issues with, trying to save fuel, and maybe it'll end up being someone who does a different strategy winning the race. Rarison takes the lead away, so the 32 car now out front. We have a lead change.
Do you think maybe Rarison is going to go for the two-stop philosophy here, being aggressive enough to take the lead away? Especially if she pulls away, I think it'd be pretty clear that she will not be saving fuel.
I mean, she could.
Of course we will have another set of green flag pit stops before the end, because of course we will, but whether it's one or two, still up for debate.
Yep.
Wasn't the Continental race? Is here too.
Sydney Rarison.
There she goes by Rigatino.
I mean, I don't know. The only real East Coast driver, I would say, that's up here at the front is Gabriella in the 20. She's from South Carolina. She's in the 5th spot, so a good run for Gabriella. She had a great pit stop there. It's kind of just maintained with these cars up here at the front, and I mean, you gotta give that 20 a lot of praise, considering she hasn't had the greatest of seasons. Like, she ran very well at Vegas last week, but she actually blew an engine in that race, and so she did not finish there. Surprisingly, that has not been as much attrition as I expected to see. Oh, Spinner, 6 car. Caution is out. Well, there's the caution.
This changes everything. I think that also basically removes the fuel mileage strategy question from the equation.
Yeah, now you're two-stopping it from here no matter what.
We have 94 to go here, so they will come to pit road and then probably make another pit stop, whether under green or yellow, if it's at a suitable time.
Yeah, Gianni McJasmine, it looks like, involved in that. The 91 of Alicia Byrne also, we saw that incident as they came off pit road. She's actually retired from the race. The 6 car.
Yeah, you were talking. Yeah, 6 car is gonna go through.
6 car is limping to pit road right now. But the 2 of Jabido will be the free pass car. Well, this will bunch the field back up.
Yeah, maybe the 93, as far as their vibrations go, can maybe work a bit more on that problem. So I think this is a good thing for them.
I gotta give a shout out as well to Gabby Ariella. She started literally dead last in this race, and she's running in the top 5. And I mean, with this yellow coming out now, she'll be in an even better spot, much closer to the front of the field as we watch the race off pit road.
It's gonna be close between our top 2.
It's gonna be the 32 who gets it. Then the 93, 39. It was very tight between the 23 and the 20, but I think the 23 got it. 82, 55, 18, 62, 34. Looks like it will be the top 10. So, I'll go back and take a look and see what happened to the 6 of McJasmine. But that car was limping around the track.
Looks like noticeable right side damage, and just got into the back of
Coup.
the 30. Yeah, the 38 there.
Ooh.
Hit another car down there for good measure, and looks like the 38 took more of a whack than the 6, I think.
The
Would I
3
be
was
mistaken on that?
the 3 was lucky she did not get involved. She was very close to that. I'm gonna get an export just because that's probably a good thing to do. Well, I mean, you can't say there hasn't been a lack of action in this race. Just,
There's been action, not all of it good.
yeah. Not all of it is the kind of action that I think a lot of people want to see.
I feel for the fans who came to the track, seeing this first major racing event at Fontana in a couple years and having to see it be like this. I hope it's better for these last 80 laps.
I mean, I would say
Far.
since about lap 75 or so, it's been pretty solid. Only a couple incidents. We had a
I'll say,
great
but it
flight
has
cycle.
been frustrating at times. I don't even want to imagine how this would be with double fail restarts. But yeah, what do you have, Lou?
Hey, I have an update on our injury here. According to multiple sources, all the tests haven't been concluded at the hospital yet, so we don't exactly know. But from the looks of it, it would be a disc herniation that would have happened during that big wreck. Apparently, it's not a very severe one. Everything should be fine on the long term, but it doesn't look good on a short term. So that's a bit of an update on the situation at the hospital there that we have.
All right, well, we appreciate the update there. And we wish the best to Sky in her recovery from that, no matter the case. So...
Yeah, big hit stake in there.
It'll be Rarison. Tosima, Talberson, Malikson, and Abriella the top 5. As we'll go back to green with 80 laps to go. Here we go.
Looks like a solid restart for the 32. Will keep the lead into turn 1 as they
Not a
go
good
side by
restart back
side
here
already
for
for
the
the back
6.
3 wide.
6 is really stacking up the field here. Oh, the 46 spins
the 46
down the
got turned
back
around.
stretch. We stay green for now. Looks like we'll stay green.
Yeah, isolated spin on the backstretch. 46 probably would have wanted a caution, but won't get it.
Oh, we really would want a caution is the driver that ends up leading them back to line. Well, not the driver who ends up leading up the lap down cars. That would have been Dira Reister, actually. That would have been the free pass for her. 93 out front. Tosimo's gotten back to the lead. Rarison did not have a very good restart, and Malikson pushed Tosima out front.
Yeah, got a battle for second. Rarison does not want to give up.
99 is slow on the back. Looks like she came to pit road. I think the 99 got a penalty. So I believe she's actually exiting the pits right now.
I feel like as far as attrition goes, because we had that discussion earlier, I think I've honestly seen more than we expected, but more so from the way of chaos than mechanical, I would say. Certainly a hectic first half of the race, but things seem to be calming down now as it looks like Rarison tried for the lead but won't get it.
She looked down, but she's actually going to probably lose spots here because here comes Malixon and here comes Alicantes in the 18. I mean, the field's back bunched together again, so this one's not over. I mean, there's definitely still a lot of twists and turns that can happen in this one, I think, even towards the end. But strategy-wise, I think we're mostly in the board of this next pit stop they make will be their last one, and they'll be going. I'm sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry.
Well, we have 75 to go, so they'll probably make at least one more pit stop. Possibly two if you want to be extra conservative.
They're going to make one stop. If you make more than one stop, I don't think that's a good move.
Yeah, I think we could get another caution, and I think even then you'd probably be good on fuel anyway. So I don't think fuel is much of a concern anymore, but we see Vebels going a lap down.
Yeah, Vebels is going actually 2 laps down now. She had to
another lap down, yeah.
She had a penalty for jumping the restart, so.
Yeah, home track, not a great showing, unfortunately.
No. And for Vebels, it's something she's going to try and hope to work on. It's not been a great defense of her win last week, but she is going to finish in the top 20. I mean, everyone that's still on the track is going to finish in the top 20, but.
Are there really that few cars on track? I'd like to scroll down the leaderboard and...
There are 20 cars.
There are only 20 cars.
There are 20 cars on track. I mean, that's not the worst. That is about par for the course for most of the races we've run, so. I think the only race that had more than 30 cars running at the end was Bathurst. So Tosma out front. Rarison's really dropped back. She's fallen to 6th. Perry Alicantes right now in the 2nd position.
Battle for 3rd. DeGabriela getting into the inside of Yappy there. Not gonna make that happen though. But here comes the 32 on Talberson.
And here comes the 18 on the 93 for the race lead, Alicantes.
We've seen Alicantes make that inside work pretty well, and that will hold true off the corner here. Gonna side draft and remain side by side with the 93. As Vebels continues to hold up the 22.
23, but...
Yeah, definitely a red car starting with a 2.
Well, yeah, that's red racing for you. Tosum and Alicante still side by side here.
300 separated them at the lines, so definitely very competitive.
And yeah, it's pretty close up at the front. I mean, nobody's really getting away. And Alicantes will get the run off the corner here, and that 18 car will now be the leader, so But the WeatherTech machine out front for Mason Parker Motorsports, who already have a win this year with Arlen Handstrom, and they are looking for a second one. Cindy Ariston and Lily Talberson right here battling for the fourth position. The 93 is going to try to take the lead back here.
Getting competitive at Fontana with a nice amount left in the race.
Yeah.
As we see, looks like, 93 is going to take the lead pretty easily now. That outside just doesn't have it in turn 1 and 2 like it does in 3 and 4.
Big run for the 93 there. And the 18 now fighting with the 23 for second as... Britta Log, 55 car. I mean, for as much as she was complaining, she's still running pretty solidly.
These are racing drivers, they always complain. If
Yeah.
everything isn't perfectly perfect for them, they're going to be upset about it. That's
I'd
just
also like to
in their
point out-
nature, like it or not.
I'd like to point out Lowry Schliesenbach as well. She's been in like 2 different incidents because she got involved with the 34 before. And then she got involved with the 91 exiting the pit lane as the 34 got to the wall in front of her. And she's still like she's actually now in the top 10. So I mean, you can be involved in something and it may just not matter. You have the speed to overcome it, then we can get up there. But I mean, the driver of the day has to be Tosuma, just because that car has been out front. This car has had race-winning pace pretty much this whole race, aside from the end of that last run before the caution. We're gonna catch the 6 of McJasmine here. And they're still stuck behind the 6. Here comes Talberson in the 39. Gonna try to go by both of them because of this.
Yeah, McJasmine are really influencing that battle for the lead, and Alcantes has fallen back to a clear 3rd. Gonna try not to fall to 4th. As Talberson is decisively in the lead, and Alcantes will retake 2nd. And this has not helped the 93. We were just talking about her, and that just seems to have been a commentator's jinx.
And she
Put
just
the
put her
6
in
in
the
the wall. That will make that car any faster.
No.
As they've also passed Vevelst yet again.
Vevelst has actually had the speed. She's stayed up with this group. Vevelst has just kind of stayed behind these cars. She hasn't been like... They haven't lapped her like multiple times. The 99's just like been here as a lap car. Which,
I wasn't even focusing on the 99, to be honest, with all the battling we've been having.
That's fair. I just figured I'd point that out, because the 99 hasn't been slow. Like, the 99 has been fast enough to keep up with the leaders.
There's just been problem after problem for the 99. That's what's been the issue.
Through no fault of her own, really.
Well, I suppose a penalty, but that's about it.
I mean, that's true.
But the main thing was definitely the very unlucky strategy that happened, with that caution coming out right after she came to pit road.
Well, the 6 is definitely not fast. Well, as fast as these cars. I mean, I guess if you're standing next to the track, that 6 car is still running at like 170, 180. So that, I mean, you know, compared to, she's not fast relatively to everyone else.
Yeah, and remember that at the end of turn 1, there's actually a digital display that shows how fast the cars are entering turn 1.
Yeah.
That was an addition back when they renovated this track, I believe in 2011.
And see, Alicante's right now was 199 in that corner. I imagine you'll see even faster speeds, just like the further back you go in the pack here.
Power of the draft.
The draft really helps these cars. As Vebels is trying to get past the 39, not for position. I'm going to imagine we're going to see some really strong speeds here from this 39. Only 199 there.
Yeah, nearly 200, but these cars just not really hitting those high speeds, it would seem.
It could be.
Kind of funny.
I think that was kind of affected by the fact that she had a car to her inside. That's probably affecting
Yeah,
the
the
air a
side
little
draft
bit.
does have its impacts for sure. You're right. And it has cooled off some 5 degrees since our last weather update. It's 53 now, and the breeze has generally still been coming from the north, but is much lighter. Will intensify a little bit in the middle of the night and actually into the morning, but that won't be very significant for this race.
200. Yeah, she hit 200 that time, so. But Tosima got held up by the lap car there. Whoa! That was a bit of a swerve there.
That is not the move to make with 60 laps to go.
That was a swerve I saw from the 34.
Yeah, while we're here, Gabriella was contending pretty highly earlier, but has since fallen, well, now down to the brink of the top 10 pretty much. Just kind of turn around for the 20 after briefly having a dash of optimism.
I mean, the dominant car has been the 93 of Tosima, but she's kind of slipped back in the field just a little bit just because got held up by that lap car and just has not really been able to make up that ground. I mean, I think the best time to make up ground is those restarts.
Yeah, that's when you have all the cars together. When they're just, you know, you can pick them off one by one. And what does Eddie have for us?
Well, it's been one of those races for most of the teams where they'd rather forgive and forget, but there are 2 drivers right now. We've talked about it at length, but I think it bears repeating. Finley Rarson and DeGabby Gabriella they started on the last row of this race. They started 39th and 40th, and yet, after all of these crashes, they are currently sitting in the top 10, with Rarson a chance to the top 5, and Rarson has possibly been one of the most dangerous drivers in the field. Just watching them and watching these teams, it seems like there might be some smiles coming out of at least a couple of garages tonight, which would be at least a pleasant surprise for us all.
And you run well, it doesn't really matter how you do it. If you run well, you run well. And that's something that a lot of these teams, I think, are just going to try to focus on in this race. Like, if you finish this race and you finished somewhere in the top 5, I think you're going to be happy with this one.
Well, considering half the field finish, I think just finishing this race is going to be a relief.
Yeah. Like if you're not packing up, if you haven't packed up and prepared to leave at this point, I think you're in a pretty good spot. You're in the top half of the field, and it's going to be at least a solid points haul.
Yeah, seeing the checkered flag is something to celebrate here. Battle for second in the meantime as we see Delada and Talberson.
Delad fighting with the 39 there for the second spot. I mean, these are all big teams at the front, aside from the 55. I mean, Delad's the only driver in a 2-car team out front here. She's making it work. Clearly, Delod is running well, and it's now Ford 1-2, so Fords have been showing up when it matters.
And the lack of wins for Chevrolet has been a narrative throughout the season, and their highest running representative is in 6th. Has led some laps, but really hasn't had what it takes to compete with the big girls on track quite as much tonight in this stage.
And I mean, Ford already has 2 wins because they swept the races in Australia, which, you know, with that Ford versus GM whole rivalry in Australia already being a thing, I think Chevy not particularly happy with that, and Ford's able to win another race. I mean, there might be a major crash out in the Chevy camp after this one if the 18 or the 55 go to victory lane.
Well, I think Australians would consider Ford sweeping the events down in their country sort of maybe karma for Holden being killed off by GM.
That is fair. Lou, what's up on the 34 of Harina?
Hey, so you guys might have noticed that that car has been falling off the top. Well, wasn't the lead, and then slowly fade down in the last. Well, now 100 laps. It's wow, this race is starting to be long. Well, the reason for that is that apparently since about lap 100, the gear shift has been going progressively later and have been progressively getting slightly delayed, and that has made driving quite difficult for that 34. So they've tried to fix it. They've tried different things, pit road adjustments, telling the driver to maybe do a slightly different driving style. They try to accommodate it, but obviously it cannot be as fast. So the fact that that car is still within less than 5 seconds, I think at the moment, of the lead is quite incredible already. But yes, it's getting more and more distracting with every lap, and it's getting harder to make it drive correctly.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that where that's gonna hurt is coming off pit road, because that's when you're actually like shifting downshifting and upshifting, is coming down and going through pit road. On the track, you're really keeping it in 4th gear most of the time. I wouldn't say that's a big deal unless we're at like a road course.
Unless 4th gear itself has a problem of some sort, because
yeah, maybe
we have seen where drivers can get locked in a certain gear or they can lose gears. I've had that happen before, and it's not very fun to deal with, and especially I think pit road is where it's going to be the biggest problem, especially if you can't get into a particular gear and then you just lose your tachometer or something. But I think for daily on-track running, it's not going to be quite as substantial of an issue as it would be when you're going slowly.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, the place where that is going to be most worrying is coming onto pit road, because again, we do still have another pit stop that we have to make, which will probably be in about 15 to 20 laps. So
Do you think that long? When did we last pit? Was it not lap 166 or so?
167, yeah.
I think maybe 10-15 laps, to be honest.
Yeah, because the
Windows
window
might be stretching it.
The window is about 45 laps. So they should be coming in around 210 to 220.
Alright, then, so yeah, about 10-15 laps. That does make a lot of sense, and then you won't even need to think about pit road beyond that point.
Yeah, unless you don't fill it up enough.
Unless we get a caution literally now, then maybe it could be a point of contention.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we're going to get one of those unless one of these lap cars causes a problem. Which I guess isn't...
Or a battle goes awry.
Yeah.
How about Delata up into 2nd? Certainly had an up and down day, and definitely going places despite complaints about that car.
Yeah, Delata, they've really improved that car quite a bit. I mean, the 18's now kind of running a little bit of a much lower line. The 55, I think, is trying to take advantage here.
18 did block the 55, and Gonna leave the top, which is a questionable decision, I think. Maybe some inexperience from Alcantes?
It could be. I mean, Alcantes is much younger and much newer to this kind of racing than Delot is. But I mean, Delot has also had the issues of over the last few weeks that she's caused a lot of incidents. So this may just be Alacantes trying to play that to her own advantage. Tosuma's gotten by Rarest, and Tosuma's now trying to push Vebbles by Talberson so that she can try and get that spot away from her. I think the 93 is trying to follow the 99 through.
Yeah, might as well use the lap car as a pick or something like that, as we see Youngboy Ku and Rigatino up there.
Yeah, these two cars are off the pace, and they're probably going to get lapped. The 38's still on the lead lap at the moment, but that does not look like it will be very likely to continue with how her pace has been. Tosuma did get by Talberson, so the 93 now up to third. I think the way you're going to win this one is doing a bit of an overcut. I mean, with how fast we saw the 32 in the last green flag cycle, after that cycled out, I think the way you're going to win this race is by trying to be the fastest car, by trying to be the one that has the newest tires, because it's going to be about a 40 lap run to the end if we go green all the way. Here comes the 55 looking for the lead.
I agree. I think in terms of how strategy goes, it's going to be the short run will have some impact, but I think the long run, especially late in the long run, is going to matter a lot more, as you're saying. And both of them are going to get by Rigatino here, so the battle for the lead continues. You see the 93 has gone a long way ahead of the 39, is now possibly a factor again for this win. Can't quite get in front of Ebels.
Yeah, she got held up by the 96 there. And she had to check up quite a bit there. Well, we got side by side now up front, the 55 trying to take the outside lane. That's a 64 of Nihil. Now, once again, keep in mind that that 64... Oh, the 64 actually just came to pit road. Okay, so the 64 just came in and took 4 tires. Quite evidently, because that car is very fast right now. I mean, you can kind of see
undercut could work. It's just difficult to make it work with as long of a run as we're going to get.
Yeah, so that 64 car is a lap down right now. 55 could not get past the 18.
Green wide further back, Bevels, the 32, and Talberson there. Rareston, that is.
Yeah, Rareston in the 32.
And Talberson has gone through on them.
Nihil's clearly very much faster because that 64 has the fresh tires, so... But I imagine we're going to start to see the leaders coming in a few laps here.
Yeah, you feel like Superwoman at first, then you realize that you're not.
And you realize that you're not once everyone else comes in for tires and you're basically shuffled out.
Especially later in the run. That's when it's most evident.
Yep.
And I think they should be coming any lap now, certainly within the next few. We have 40 to go at the line.
You'll be able to tell when they're coming in because they pull all the way down to the apron. And yeah, the 64 is now 1 lap down, so she was 2 laps down until that point. So now the 64 is 1 down. 93 on the back bumper of the 55. Trying to make this move stick. Oh, the 32 has had an engine issue. Very clearly
What a shame for
major
Rarinston.
engine issue because, yeah, what a shame. She was in the top 5. And
Yeah,
that
she was
thing,
contending all night long, and just to have it end like this is a very unfortunate. Considerable engine failure.
major
Anyway,
issue.
battle for a second.
Here comes the 93. Here comes the 39 of Talberson. '93 is gonna get clear.
I think the long run has been playing to these Evan Ross cars for sure, as we see the 93 and 99 now in second and third, but Delata's going to go back on the high side and try and preserve some advantage.
Yeah, the 99's still multiple laps down at the moment, so. But she is running, again, I think the important thing to keep in mind is she is running with these cars. Like, she's not...
Did I say 99? I meant to
You
say
did
55.
say 99.
My apologies. But yeah, Vettel's still fast, if not in a good position.
The 93 is not going to be able to take second. She's going to slip to third here. So, for Tosima, I mean, she's been the fastest car. I mean, she's just kind of mired in the field. How do you think she's got to work through this?
Pit road. I think pit road is going to help a lot because if you can just get a good stop, that can make a really big difference. As I said earlier, you can make 10 up at a time on the racetrack, but you can make up seconds at a time on pit road. That's what the magic can really be, and everybody's going to come down, so we'll get a great look here, I think. And yeah, just look for that clean air and just get by cars. Just make the right adjustments. There's no one thing that's really the ingredient.
Yeah, everyone is on pit road here. Except for the 20. The 20 chose to stay out. 20 and 34 are still on the track. But, I mean, everyone's on pit road pretty much at the same time here. So, I mean, they're all going to be on about equal footing here.
Maybe the 20 is going to go for sort of a Hail Mary of sorts and try and stay out. Okay, that's not true. I was going to say maybe a Hail Mary to bank on a caution, but that's not happening. We have 35 to go when they cross the line.
I think what she's gonna try to do is try and get the try for the undercut. 18:55, 93:39, all off pit road in the exact same order as before. Then the 23:82, 62 is how the lead lap.
Yeah, I think the 20 is gonna try the overcut by a lap. Not sure how that's gonna work though.
We did see Rarest last run managed to make that stick, but I'm not sure if Gabriella is going to make that stick for that many positions.
Yeah, her car's suffered on long runs, so I do not think that'll help very much. Looks like we have some handy battles for both the lead and third.
Arena got scored as the leader that last lap. This is the battle for third between Tosima and Talberson. I mean, these two battle, they're not going to catch the leaders. That's the thing. These two need to get lined up, because otherwise they're not going to catch up to these two at the front.
Exactly. Work together, not against each other. They're teammates, after all.
Yeah. So Alicante is back to the lead. Delad, Tosima, Talberson, Schliesenbach has actually moved up to fifth. 6th is Malixon. 7th is Yiria. Marino is now to 8th. Abriella is now 9th. And 10th it was Harina.
Remind me, I think the 20 was also running 9th before pit stops happened, right? So I really didn't gain much.
She didn't gain much, but she didn't lose anything from that either, which I think is the important note here.
That's fair. I'm not sure how much of a difference a single lap on tires is going to make, because we have a battle for the lead here. 55 on the inside.
55 got a great run, and Delata's going to take it away. 55 car to the front of the field. I mean, we saw yesterday in the Continental race that Deborah Williams, driving this same paint scheme in the 55, was out there in the lead at the end of the race, but she didn't have enough fuel to make it to the end, and that's what cost her the win. But hey, if you're Bria Delade in the 55 here, you know you have the fuel to make it to the end.
Yeah, definitely not a concern now. Might have been had the whole thing run green for lap 100 or so all the way to the end, but not now.
Yeah, not now.
32 to go, you will make it.
You know, there's no question that these cars have enough fuel to make it, unless they did not fuel it up enough. They had issues.
Boy, would that be embarrassing for the pit crew. You'd probably have some new job applicants at that point.
Yeah, if you had issues refueling, I think that is going to be where... I think that's the only way you're not going to make it here, if you had issues refueling the car.
Well, it's going to be 30 to go when we go by the line next time, so that will be telling these last 30 laps. Will we have a caution? Will we have drivers running out of fuel?
He's going to pin the 55 behind the 6, and Alicante's back out front.
That is a great move from that young driver to just use the lap car as a pick. That is what an experienced veteran will do, and for maybe a bit of a mistake the 18 made earlier giving up that lead, that was great. Really proud of Alicante for that move.
30 laps to go. And I mean, these cars, if they get split, I think that'll help the 93 and 39 catch up, because the 39 and 93 kind of lost time just because they got side by side, dropped back, and these two were, you know, racing each other. These two weren't racing each other, and those two were. But now they're in a spot where...
Well, if Sky and Jetta causes problems for them, then that's going to be a different story.
That is
McJasmina. Oh my goodness. Yeah, McJasmina. My bad. Sky and Jetta is out of the race.
And Jetta is in the hospital right now.
Sky and Jetta. My bad, folks. But that has changed the look for third.
They didn't lose that much time there.
Out front, battle for the lead again.
Oh, they're making contact there. Side by side. Once again, the 18 and 55 side by side for the race lead. 55 at the line had that.
We'll probably take it into turn 1-2, seeing how good that inside line is. Pretty much a repeat of the couple laps before when we saw that pass happen. The 93 gets back by the 39, or rather, yeah, it did get back by.
Yeah, the 93 is up to third now. I think the 93 is the faster of these two cars. I think she wants to lead this line. I think she knows she's faster.
And I think the 39 agrees with that. It's just when they approached McJasmina there, that really messed up their flow at that point.
Yeah.
Gained very slightly that time.
They gained very slightly, which is interesting because they were side by side that lap too. So,
they've got the speed, but passing and catching that's two very different things.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're in the uncharted territory now, at least over the past 15 years, because we haven't run a race here at Fontana that's 500 miles since 2010.
That was back when we had two events there, and back then the spring race, which was the day race, was the 500-mile event. So running 500 miles at night, totally uncharted territory, at least as far as I can recall.
Well, that the fall race was 500 miles until 2010. And 2010 they made it 400, and then they made it 400 for every race after that. It was really weird. But the second race was
not
the
that night races at Fontana were that great back then, from what I recall, but certainly this race is. It's been a race, all right. It's had its good qualities, it's had its shameful qualities, but we're seeing the better parts of it right now, including this great battle for the lead. Oh, Conte's back to the inside of Delata.
And I mean, both of these teams looking to be the first teams to win multiple. All of these teams at the front looking to be the first teams to win multiple races in the season. Mason Parker Motorsports with that 18, they won at Bathurst with Handstrom. The 55, Bria Delade, her team, the 96 car, won at Calder Park. And for Evans Autos Racing, they won last week at Las Vegas. They got two cars that are trying to do that. They're trying to double up on wins.
Looks like we got a great battle for 5th or so back here.
Yeah, this is pretty
Greatly
tight
influenced
back
by
here.
the 64. Andy Gabriella is making up spots with that undercut, or overcut rather, I do think.
And she's up to 6th now.
Maybe those fresh tires, even if it is by just a lap, do make a difference.
I did see Rareston able to pull that off earlier in the race. Looks like the 64 came to pit road again. So these two are side by side again, and they're gonna catch the 96 here very soon. And the 96 is a teammate to the 55, and the 96 is gonna hold up the 18.
I was about to say that, but it was pretty much predestined to happen, given that was the high line the 18 was trapped on. As we have a report on the 18.
Luke?
Hi. Apparently, there are very, well, not apparently, there are very weird faces in the Mason Parker Motorsports camp. Because, someone did a rookie mistake and forgot to take notes of the fuel that was left in the car, which wouldn't be an issue because, I mean, they had already had calculations before there was that the all of those cautions that kind of threw them off, and then now the fuel pressure gauge just gave up on them. So now if the car runs out of fuel and they don't necessarily have a way of knowing how much fuel they have in the car, they won't be able to tell that the fuel is running out before the fuel actually runs out and they don't have any anymore. So they say they think they're gonna be fine until the end of the race, but fuel mileage may be a factor for the 18 of Perry Alcananes, or however it's said. So yes, this might get some people fired here.
Well, that's definitely an issue for them. These two continue to battle. And I mean, the more these two battle, the 93 and 39 are starting to close in even more. Back here, there's the 23, the 82, the 20, and the 64. Who's out ahead of that group. The 18 back out front. I mean, these cars, we think they're good on fuel. But, obviously we just heard that with the 18 that if they aren't good on fuel, then, they're not gonna know. Until it's too late, probably.
Well, if not, we know that there's going to be some job openings on Indeed, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if Mason Parker Motorsports will have some listings. You know, all the fans watching might have an opportunity.
Yeah, San Bernardino County, pretty big rate as far as, just unemployment, so maybe it would be a good idea for some of these people to get a job. Anyhow, great battling up front.
Yeah, been good battling up front. I mean, we got 19 to go now. We're coming to 18 to go. And it is still Alicantes and Delad leading the way.
18 leading with 18. That's a good luck charm. Or is it?
And we'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's Mexico versus France up at the front of the field. As far as I know, Delad does not want to put a Habsburg on the throne for this race. So
I was about to remark on that, and I believe I know the Mexican flag is obviously flown over this territory. I don't know about the French though.
I mean, this
I
is
don't think they made it quite that far west.
This is an area where there are a lot of people who are from Mexico, and I think Alicantes would absolutely love to win here in front of a crowd like this. So
Absolutely, this particular county is actually majority Hispanic, so you're absolutely right with that claim. But 55 Delata is going to pull alongside with 16 to go.
So they're side by side down the front straightaway. 55, great run off of turn number 4. And yeah, the 93 is now starting to lose some time here. 18's gonna fight back on the high side here. But I mean, the more these two battle, like these two side by side, that's gonna hurt them aerodynamically and let more cars close in.
By more cars, we mean especially the 93 and the 99, as they're the closest realistic candidates, so don't count out the 23 and the 20. They're having a good battle for 5th in their own right.
Yeah.
Well,
You mean
if by a
30,
good
not-
battle, you
not the
mean being
99,
separated
though.
by a whole second.
Speaking of, where is the 99? Oh, she's dropped back all the way back here. Okay. "12 cars currently scored on the lead lap. The last
Yes, and
one,
19 running.
the last one is the 2 of Ijabida. I mean, all
With 14 to go, the lead has become slightly more decisive, but the 55 is still there. He's having a great run through 1 and 2.
55 will probably, we'll see if she makes a move here. Got a great pull through those couple corners. Gonna look low, but doesn't go for it. I think the 93 and 39, what they're waiting for here, they want to try and get the draft off these two, but they're just not close enough to get that right now. That was a great lap from the 93 that time. Drop the gap to 2.
What those two need to do is to draft each other forward. They need to draft each other and get hooked up together and just catch up that way. Even better, get 3 cars up there, if anything. Then maybe the 23 won't really agree with those plans.
But the 23 is not a teammate to those two, so...
Maybe, maybe not. Just depends on whether you want the win or whether you're just willing to settle for 3rd. But out front, Delata again, as they approach, I believe that's McJasmina again.
That is the 6 1. Ooh, the 23 was not being kind to the 39 there. 18 held
Well,
up
there's your
by the
answer
6
to the earlier question, as, yeah, McJasmine are really causing problems for Alcantes there.
That may help, because now the 18's gotten kind of chucked back quite a bit more. Drop the 3
Well,
tenths
it's
back.
not an insurmountable disadvantage, that's for sure. We've seen that.
No, it's not. As we've reached our Windows 11 to go. And Bria Delade leads for Dark Horse Racing in the 55 car. Perry Alicante second, it's Ford 1-2, Mercedes 3-4, Chevy 5, Mercedes 6, Toyota 7, Mercedes 8, Mercedes 9, and Honda 10. $93.39, gonna get by the 6 fairly cleanly here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what those two cars need. They just need to gain. As we see, yeah, Delade is just flying away from Alicante's having just slapped Young Kweku. Still 10 laps to go. Anything can happen from here. Well, except maybe the car in 10th place winning, but that would only happen if we got a restart.
It's not out of the
That 10th
question.
place car quite a long ways back. 21 seconds off of the leader and some 13 seconds away from the nearest car.
Yeah, I mean, that is a battle, though, because Harina's right behind her. That is, so the 34 and 62 are fighting for position there.
Not a flattering one, but it is a position.
I mean, 10th, I would say, is fairly alright. Even if there's only 19 cars left of running.
Heck, even running is probably going to be a relief here, as we mentioned earlier in the race.
93 is going to get the draft off the lap car. That might actually help her.
Yeah, provided set lap car isn't a problem at the exit of turn 4, which it looks like it won't be. At least not for the 93.
Not for the 93.
Slight compromise at the exit, but not too bad.
1.5 back.
39 will get to the inside. 8 to go. This is really shaping up to be a considerable battle.
'93 gave the 39 the outside. Bit of an interesting move here. Whoa, contact between the 23 and 39 there. That's definitely not what you want. Yeah, the 93 dropped back. The 18's closing, though. Once again, closing in for the lead. And if those two go side by side, I mean, I think the 93, 23, this group back here is close enough to where if these two go side by side, that's going to punch a big enough hole for those two to maybe drag themselves into this lead battle. I mean, Alicante's, she's got to catch the 55 first to get side by side with her. Six laps to go. And Bria Delade.
So the 93.
1.5 seconds.
Now a second and a half.
Yeah, the 18's
The 39
there.
has not been helped by the lap car.
No. The 64 is really getting in her way. In Talberson's way.
Battle for the lead is closed in again with 5 to go.
18 trying the outside to get a little bit of a little spurt of momentum here, I believe.
I think that'll be effective if Alicantes can just get to the inside. She could take the lead here. Won't happen this time, but could next. But I wouldn't be concerned about leading this race until the white flag. If you cross that final lap indicator first, then I think that's what really matters the most.
I mean, we don't have overtime here, so
True.
if there's a wreck with about 3 to go or less, I mean, that's the race.
Yeah, the urgency is definitely up as we now have 4 to go here. You do want to get out front if you're Alicantes. You want to stay out front if you're Delade, that's for sure. And the 23 and the 93 are really not getting much time anymore.
Well, the 23 also just passed the 93, so
That is true. I still don't think 4 to go is enough for them to catch up and make this a 3 or 4 horse race.
Not unless the 18, I think, makes a move right now. Which she's trying.
Maybe not even then. I suppose if they stay side by side and the 23 clicks off some great laps, that'd be about it. 3 to go.
Yeah, not much of a gain that time. I mean, Malixon did pull from Tosima there, but that's about all she did.
Yeah, at this point you'd have to gain half a second a lap, and that is just not happening. Plus you'd have to pass cars.
What's a pass?
I'm gonna open Oxford Dictionary for that one and read you the definition.
Some of these drivers might need that. 2 laps to go. Alicantes trying to chase down Delade, but it's not. It's looking more and more grim for that 18 car. Yappy Malixon in 3rd, Irenia Tosima in 4th, and Lily Talverson in 5th. There's Abriella and Yuria battling for the 6th position. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Bria Delade in the 55 car, trying to get the 2nd win for Dark Horse Racing this season.
While Oxford wants me to subscribe to see this, you don't have to subscribe necessarily, but we like that for sure. As we see, Delade is definitely in the lead right now. Had to make a catastrophic mistake to give up this win to Alcantes.
Bria Delade, the French driver who's had something to prove. She's gonna prove it today. Bria Delade will win in California. And wow, Malixon pulled into within a second there at the end, but what a drive by the 55 Bria Delade. I mean, she's complaining for almost that whole race, and at the end, she made it count.
What a race.
Yeah, I mean, not particularly fun for those first 80 or so laps, but after that, I really enjoyed this one. This was it was a great race. It had a lot of strategy, and I think most of all, it had cars getting away and racing each other, but racing clean after that point.
Yeah, it had a rough start, but I think overall it ended up being quite thrilling to watch, I think. Not my favorite, but I think if we ignore those first 100 laps or so, I think it was really good.
So, Bria Delade wins this one after just a very difficult race for a lot of drivers. Started in the 32nd position in this one, and she took it to the victory. I mean, again, we're just seeing that, you know, you don't have to start up front to win these races.
That is very true. We've seen that many times, even at this particular track before. Not quite the same exciting finish that we had back in 2011, back when this track was focused to one date for NASCAR, but definitely a great finish nevertheless, I think, as far as just the tension will Alcantes get by Delade. And while that didn't happen, it was still really thrilling to see near the end.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to take you to the FanDuel Fan Studio for the recap of this one. And yeah, what do you all have for us over there at the studio at the end of this one? How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't think any of us expected the law to end up pulling it out. I don't think any of us had a clue whether Delade or Alicantes were even going to be a factor in this race, other than maybe in a lapped car at the end of it. But yeah, relatively good fight at the end after what was again, you talked about the first 100 laps is pure chaos. 150 next 150 were at least somewhat
You know,
normal.
it's something I kind of think maybe we should just make this field 20 drivers. Seems like once you get to 20 drivers, you're good. They're clean. Just cut the field in half. You know, all of like half of them won't even win anyway.
That might have worked today, but looking at the standings, I mean, this is a huge race for who we talked about. Constructors wise, wait, I forgot what Dark Horse is a Ford. So yet again,
Yep.
to the surprise of absolutely no one, Chevrolet
Wait.
does not get on, does
You
not even get on the podium for
you, you
this race.
wondered if Dark Horse Racing was a Ford team.
Yep. Oh,
Dark
well, yeah,
Horse Racing.
yeah. It's been a day.
It's
Yappy
yeah.
Mallison for Chevrolet makes the podium. Would have probably won the race with a couple more laps, but to the surprise of no one, Chevrolet came up just a little bit short there.
I mean, I feel
Evan,
like Chevrolet might have had a chance if half of their cars weren't involved in those wrecks.
yeah,
They're
and it,
particularly wreck heavy. Well, wreck
yes.
prone, we should say.
Other than that, Gabriella, Team Flurvin, it gets a top 10, 2 top 10s for Evan Ross Racing and Uberman Enterprise. Of course, Uberman Enterprise is continuing to try and extend. I don't think we hand out a Constructors Championship in AWSCO, but extend their lead as sort of the best team efficiently on the grid. Mimi Marino gets at least one top 10 for the California-based MBYM Motorsports, and Ili Zukovic, who I will say, what was I gonna say? And I lost it. Halis Zukovic. Yeah, no,
Hey,
it's been that tough day.
no,
Halis Zukovic is sort of an underrated storyline here because with her getting another top 10 is probably going to put her back in the top 20 in points, which is going to mean that the cut line gets moved around quite a bit. So a lot of the drivers who have been middling in performance around that bubble, they're going to have at least something. They're going to at least have a little bit of a breather knowing that you're not going to have a driver sitting outside the top 20 in points despite winning. And
I
I think, yeah, that's what I think.
yeah. I mean, hey, I'll say this. The top 5 are all non-Americans. That's
That's fair.
that's pretty interesting. I mean, that's maybe why nobody overtook anyone at the end of this. Is that maybe they're just all inspired by F1. But no, yeah. I mean, this is a good thing for the sport, I guess, that we have international drivers. But man, that's who was the best California driver in this race, huh? Yeah,
It was Barrino in 8th, and she still finished behind a Caps fan and someone from El Paso.
I mean,
Texas.
that's pathetic, isn't it? But yeah,
Yep.
I mean, look, the top 5. The top 5 was separated by 2 seconds by the end of this. Considering we had a pretty long green flag run, maybe the fact it should have been this long is arguable, but hey, you know, no stages, whatever. Stages are cool, that's just what I'm saying. But yes, I think it would have been better if it would have been better if this was yeah. Because look at this. We have 12 drivers finishing the race. We have one driver 5 laps down, man. Maybe you should start disqualifying slow drivers as well. That's something that they should do. Look at this. Is this what we want? Is this what as a series, what as motorsports fans, is that what we want? Really?
Hold on, we're getting reports that there was 54 lead changes in this race. This has not yet been confirmed, but
Well, I mean, I mean that wouldn't surprise me. Cause like for a good 100 laps, the first and second would just would just constantly keep switching over. But it was really calm. But then the tire fall off came in, and man, maybe they should repave out of club, because that tire fall off made this pretty slow.
they might need to. They they might need to after all the debris that has probably been thrown over the track. That our race winner had something to say about 100 or so laps into the race. Other news that we're getting from our statistics who are surprisingly really slow today for whatever
Man,
reason. Jocelina Nihale, who I cannot say her last name.
yeah, whatever.
Nihale. Oh, I keep saying it right. That's really funny.
Just say it, man.
Jocelina Nihale gets fastest laps. She was mired in 20th, so I don't see how that helps in the end. And
I mean,
looking at
most
the
of these
points,
fastest laps were probably set a bunch of time ago, so I don't know why they didn't show us that
probably.
during the race instead of talking about the West or whatever thing they were on about. It seemed like the public access television, honestly.
Mm-hmm. But looking at the top 10 in points, I mean, you have Schlessenbach and Giria finishing well, and the rest kind of disappearing off the face of the earth. So top 20 might be quite shaken up, especially the top 10. We might see There's a chance we see Uberman Enterprises 1-2 in the points after today. And our reports on Sky and Jeddah as of right now are still that what Ludovic said, that she has a herniated disc from the driver's side shot she took from, I'm pretty sure it was Rachel Cole, and it is unknown whether she'll be able to race at Willow Springs. Which, for Southwest, it's interesting. You're the biggest team on the Toyota side. You've got, I guess, some of the good drivers. I mean, Yanaga and Jetta are both top 10. Yanero is just outside, and then where's the last one? What am I doing? I can't find anything on this godforsaken thing. Who was the last Southwest?
We in California might have taken some. Hey, you're slow. Yeah, I mean, some of the if she's out, at least they have replacements. I think they have they have like 2, I think, Eastern European drivers. I would never heard of them because like I don't follow really a lot of Eastern Europe, but apparently they're good. Could come in or something. So yeah,
of course, I don't know how AWSCO works, but there's always the chance, given this is still I think, Toyota camp, I guess you'd call them leaders, might push for giving a Flurvent or Inverness driver a shot in that car in case they would just want to do a little bit of testing. But I can imagine that, yeah, there are drivers in Cup, they're Continental drivers. Southwest has a team in Continental. No, Inverness is a team in Continental, but there are Meridian Motorsport and Macmillan Enterprises drivers in Continental who I'm sure could easily take the place of Sky and Jetta should she be out for Willow Springs. Maybe they might just put a road course expert in there and see how it goes. But
maybe. I mean, we don't know how long it'll be. Maybe we just have a bunch of rotating drivers that could end up what happens.
Yep. Well, there's not much else to report. Ain't a lot much else to report. I mean, it was certainly a race.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad one. I feel like we had good moments. It wasn't a purge. It was just was just not it was just not really. It was kind of ridiculous. It was kind of ridiculous, basically. And I mean, yeah, people at AWSCO, if you're listening to this, first of all, the race just ended. Go inspect the cars, and B, um,
Already had some problems with that.
just
I don't even know.
please do something. Maybe slow them down. Maybe that's the issue. A lot of these drivers, they're foreign. Maybe they're not used to going at such high speeds on ovals. Yeah, I don't know. You need to do something because it has been a consistent issue since the start of this season.
There are so many things I wanted to randomly yell out at this point, but I'm gonna hold my breath in the hopes that I don't get perma banned from ever doing this again. Um, yeah, I think this was pretty. This was. I'm losing my mind. Okay. Well, after what has
Alright,
surely been a
not
tiring night
wrong.
for at least me and possibly everyone else, um, that's all from the FanDuel Fan Studio. In terms of bets, if you lost your bet, womp womp. If you won your bet, you can't stop
Go
winning.
betting,
Uh,
more betting.
do it more. Yeah,
Yeah.
put a 50
Oh,
thing parlay on American tomorrow in like basketball or whatever.
I will say one more thing. This race clearly wasn't as fast as Xfinity 10G. Man, it wasn't quick at all to do up throw. Like when did we take the air?
And
We took the
Ludovic
air
is promoting
four.
something.
We we took the air 4 hours ago almost. Man.
Oh God, we're gonna need to cut
All
the
right.
mic
Good night,
early.
everyone.
All right. Well, we'll throw it back to Echo, who has the final word as per usual. Echo, please take this thing away from me.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie, that was a. I don't know how do you feel about that one? I mean that after all that, I mean, a lot of things to talk about in this race, but I mean, first and foremost, I have to say that we all hope that Shelby is or fuck, we all hope that Injetta's okay. We all hope that Injetta's okay, and we all hope she has a very quick recovery. What do you think these drivers got to expect next week at Willow Springs?
Um, if AWSCO has any sense, some bans and some fines and things like that, because it's unacceptable for them to race so stupidly and only have some sense when there's half the field left. It's just not right. You cannot do that. It is completely unacceptable. And I seriously think that they actually should have these sorts of penalties out there. Now, in terms of racing product, I think it'll be interesting seeing Willow Springs, considering it hasn't hosted a major race in who even knows how long, but I think it'll be fun. I definitely think it'll be something of note. Bit rural out there in the deserts of Kern County, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun just seeing how that stuff is going to go. Got the Continental teams down in Irwindale, which is also going to be pretty fun on a short track. And I just hope that Willow Springs has a little bit less chaos being a road course. And yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. And yeah, just we apologize for any language that you heard on the air. And yeah, we do not apologize for our strong opinions.
I mean, it was, I don't know. I mean, looking past all the incidents, I mean, most of them just over aggression. I think drivers need warnings. They need to be sternly told, you need to be, less aggressive, but also at the same time, you know, after those incidents happened, I thought the racing was great. I thought we had some good racing. Maybe it was a little bit lackluster on the strung out long runs, but I still thought that it was very fun. And
I agree. I just wish we had more than 20 cars running at the finish because having, well, 19 actually, sure, it would have been 20 if not for some unreliability concerns, but it's just sad that we had only 20 cars running at the finish. 19 actually, but still, that is just not right.
mm-hmm.
Not in those circumstances.
Yeah, I will say that this isn't like too off par for this, but it is still something that I think that they need to look into. They need to be telling drivers, hey, you need to calm it down. You need to be less aggressive. Well, next week we'll be at Irwindale in the Continental Series. That'll be it's a short track. It's a fun race there that we're gonna have, and that in the Cup Series it'll be at Willow Springs. We wish the best to Sky and Jetta. We hope that everything works out. We hope her recovery is quick and speedy, and hope to see her back at the track soon. And we're hoping that. And next week at we'll hope to see you next week at Little Willow Springs. For Eddie, Lou, Maddie, and Maddie, I'm Echo. Thank you all for joining. We'll see you next time.